Okay, welcome to this work session for Stillwater Area Public Schools, ISD 834, for Thursday, August 12th. We are going to be getting an update on Brookview Elementary and also doing some more work on our board goals. And we're going to start with the presentation on Brookview to begin with. So, Mark.
Good evening, Chair Petrie, members of the board. Thank you for this opportunity to talk about our Brookview expansion. Last spring, the board approved 8 classrooms, so we've completed our design and we're getting ready to go out for the bid phase. We wanted to bring an update to you and show you the progress and some of the plans that we have here for the Brookview expansion. I'd like to introduce my guests here to the right. We have 2 representatives from Kraus Anderson. We have John Hunick and Gary Zifko. And we have 2 representatives from Wold Architect with Paul Aplikowski and Valerie Peterson. So they'll be speaking here in a moment. To begin the process, once we approved the expansion of the 8 classrooms, we started what we call user group processes. So we started with district administration, staff from the school, administration from the school to talk about what that means now to add 8 classrooms. So obviously we're going to do the classrooms, but what are some things that need to go with it? We need to have additional lockers. There needs to be restrooms that go with it. We need to talk about increased circulation and how we want to look at that within the building. And we kind of look at some of the finer points of what that expansion means and how to weave that seamlessly into the current existing building and what that can look like for the future of our students. Heading back to when Brookview was designed a few years ago, it was built under 2 premises. It was trying to blend the both of traditional classrooms as well as open environment learning environments into one building and be able to have flexible learning spaces for our students depending on what the lesson or unit needs are for each of our individual classrooms. So we tried to mix those concepts into this design, similar that we did a few years ago as we built Brookview. So in our meetings, we talked about a multitude of things. The first one we started about was, where are the 8 classrooms going to go? So as you look at the site view on the screen right now, you can see the existing building there in gray. And in between the existing building and the hard place surface, what we call it, otherwise known as the blacktop, there's area for additional classrooms. So currently what you're looking at is the 2nd and 3rd grade pod and the 4th and 5th grade pod of Brookview Elementary. Then in the orange area would be the 8 classroom expansion. And we looked at adding 4 classrooms onto each wing, linear, or just literally adding 2 and 2 on each side. We looked at adding a bubble to it, but ultimately we looked at if there's a way to increase the circulation of the building to add a back hallway, similarly to what we did with the high school expansion a few years ago when we added a back hallway for circulation onto the high school. That's where we're doing that same thing here for Brookview. So as we get a closer design of what that looks like, we'll start at the top, and you can see there's the existing building. There's 3 classrooms on the top, 3 classrooms on the bottom. And then as we continue on with that 4th and 5th grade or that learning pod, you can see there's additional 4 classrooms in green, and then you can see some gray or blue space. So the 4 classrooms is the traditional learning environments that we want to continue, but then there's also what we call learning commons or flexible learning spaces for students to break out into some different areas to complete their work. And we really wanted to try to have different areas of learning environments that's separate from locker bay or locker areas. So as soon as they enter that learning space, that's all learning space. Whether you're in the learning commons or you're in the classroom, it doesn't matter where you are, that's learning space. And then when you go to the lockers, that's locker area, but to really distinguish between the 2. So you can see on top with the 4 classrooms and the learning commons. In the middle, you'll see there's the lockers for the expansion, the additional 8 classrooms. To the right of that is mechanical space as well as restrooms that were needed by code as well. And then similarly on the bottom is an exact replica of the top. So it kind of looks the same, both top and bottom. And in talking with staff, they really like this concept to kind of build a circulation because it allows for bubbles within classrooms, because each year, each grade level isn't the same size from year to year. So having the back hallway allows us to expand some years. If you have a bigger bubble, allows you to take more of the classrooms in the back hallway. If it's a smaller bubble, you take less of them, but allowing for keeping grade levels and keeping cohorts together allows flexibility for keeping everybody within a grade level or a certain cohort together in a certain learning common area. Oh, one other thing I do want to add, and I know our experts here can talk more about it, but you'll see a little dotted line that says storm shelter. One of the codes that was passed in 2021, so right after this was passed, was you have to add, any new addition needs to include storm shelter to withstand a significant storm event. So they can talk more about how that works inside of our expansion, but it's a little different than one of our other buildings required in terms of that storm shelter requirement. So I don't know if one of you want to touch on that real quick?
Sure, I can talk about it. It actually was the spring of 20 is
Oh,
when that
20,
was
I'm sorry.
the requirement is if you add anything more than 50 student capacity to a building, you're required to provide a tornado shelter. So this can withstand a direct hit from a tornado. And it is big enough, it needs to be sized big enough to accommodate the whole school. So the whole school should be able to fit in there. We hope for the most part, once it's all put into place, you won't really notice it much. It's mostly very thick glass and some shutters and things like that that help to create the barrier around that. Those open up during normal school day use, and so it hopefully will not be so obvious within there, but that red line denotes the area of that.
Okay. This one here, the upper left-hand image is kind of looking more specifically at that learning commons, kind of continuing what that internal space looks like for the learning commons for those 4 classrooms. The bottom right image, as you can see, the lighter gray is the existing building. And then the bottom area is kind of, if you take the roof off of the expansion and kind of see what that would look like in terms of each individual classroom, the locker bays. I also want to note there are small group rooms similar to what there are in the current existing area. One on each side of the locker bay. There's a small group room in each of those areas. And the restrooms, mechanicals, and classrooms. You can kind of get a sense of what that looks like from an aerial view. Here's an image of kind of the expansion with the building from an aerial view as well, is trying to keep the expansion very similar to what the current building looks like. And you can kind of see that right area of where that expansion will look like once it's completed. Now I'm going to turn it over to Val and Paul, who can talk a little bit more of the architectural and internal features of the expansion.
So the exterior of the building, you know, it's basically a new building, so we very much wanted to honor the existing design on the outside so it looks cohesive. So you can see that we're using brick, the same brick that matches in kind of the same pattern in this blocking scheme that, again, complements the existing building. So this is the view from the playground side. Close up to on the south side, so there's some exit doors in there, but you can see how the two are to blend together. Elevation facing to the east. That door in the middle there will be a door that we anticipate you using regularly. That goes into the locker area, so you'll be able to use that to go in and out of the building for recess and whatever other functions you'd like.
And then for inside the spaces, the classrooms are designed very, very similarly to the existing. Just some couple of minor changes with the casework, but again, honoring the success of the existing classroom spaces. And then we get into a little bit of those learning commons areas. So this is a view of one of the new learning commons area. Again, having a lot of the same function that your existing learning commons have. And we're also bringing in an opportunity of some daylight to, again, mimic some of the existing architecture too. So it'll also be a daylit space. This is a view if you're standing in the existing 4th and 5th grade pod and you're looking down into the addition. So the addition is beyond and you're standing in the existing space. So again, trying to connect the two spaces as seamlessly as possible. This is the other pod. So this would be off of the 2nd and 3rd grade, what is now 2nd and 3rd grade. Again, looking into that extended learning space, and you can still see that a lot of the same elements are the same of having some glass next to the classroom door. And then on the next slide, I believe, you're looking back into the existing what's currently 2nd and 3rd grade pod. here is that locker commons. That was a conversation that we had a couple of times about lockers in classrooms and, or keeping kind of that traditional locker commons area. And the group felt that the locker commons is successful for them, so we recreated it as part of its own set here. With the additional students comes additional lockers. And there on the left, that represents one of those small group rooms that can use to support student services and other student support.
All right, I can talk quick on the project schedule. The project schedule that you see is, that's what was presented a few months ago. We are tracking on that schedule. The bubbled area is a little bit of a hiccup that we're dealing with procurement and long lead time items. During the pandemic, you've heard about supply chain. So we did kind of lose our start date there and got pushed about a month for the interior finishes, but John's gonna touch on that a little bit later on how we're gonna try and address some of that and alleviate that. But overall, just some specific dates. September 14th is what we're anticipating as a bid date. We're getting the plans here out on the street in about 2 weeks. So the bid period will be the end of August through the beginning of September. September 16th, we would come to the Finance and Operation Working Group and presenting the bid results. And then on the 23rd of September to the full board for approval of those contracts. And then the end of September, we'll issue contracts, insurance, and submittals, and anticipate mobilizing on site over MEA the end of October, and then we would start construction immediately, but the month of November, start the site work and work throughout the school year and have the building complete for the start of the next school year, so. Overall budget, this is the original budget. We are tracking on that. We've done a series of estimates as design has progressed. Feel that we are on budget, and then maybe John will we can pass it off to.
Well, and then Gary talked a little bit about the bidding process, and you're familiar with how we bid other projects in the past, and the board approves those bids. We go into contract, and it's following the Minnesota procurement laws. So Gary also talked about, with this pandemic and the shortage of workers, right? And it affects material supply chains quite a lot. I mean, really long lead time for things like steel and precast. So we came up with an idea, I guess it would be, for the precast and an opportunity, because the precast is going to be, the material only is going to be less than $175,000. So what we're recommending we're going to do is we'll still go get competitive bids through the proposal process. So we'll get 2 or 3 proposal numbers. That'll still get brought to the board, okay, and get approval. What that's going to do is get us in line so we can get precast when we need it. If we were to wait and go through the complete public process that Gary just went through, we get in line much later, and then we'd really be nervous about getting the project done in time. And we're already right up against the window and getting that done. So that was our recommendation, so stay tuned on that. But again, it's still going through a bid process. We're just dissecting the precast. We'll go get competitive bids. It'll be less than the Minnesota state threshold of $175,000. They'll get issued a purchase order. They'll still have insurances and all the proper requirements that they need. And then we'll get in line so we can get precast, if that makes sense. So, but stay tuned on that, and we'll be back as we get a little closer.
So with that, myself or any of us will be open for any questions or comments that any of you may have.
Thank you. I have a question about how the new classrooms are going to get used. When I was at Brookview, I know that the way the building was set up at that time was a pod for K1, a pod for 2-3, a pod for 4-5. And so when you add these classrooms on, what are they going to be designated with? Are they going to connect somehow with those other pods?
So that's an internal kind of building conversation, what they're going to do, but they may stay where they are, or pods may end up switching grade levels, may going to different areas, depending on size of how many kindergarten sections you have or first grade sections. Ultimately right now there's 2 preschool classes that are not in classrooms, so they are going to go back into the mix. So 2 of those 8 are going to go back, so preschool spaces can have the same spaces of other preschools in the district. There've been some years that we haven't been able to use the art room, and that's turned into a classroom, so it'll move the art room back as well. But now, instead of looking at just those pods individually and saying, okay, here's K1, here's 2, 3, this gives them a chance to look at now with the new boundary change. And so that's kind of wait till after that boundary change process is done to see how many students that's gonna be boundary for the school and what the projection section size is for each one of those grade levels. Then you're kind of looking and say, okay, here's how many kindergarten sections we have, or fourth grade, or fifth grade, whatever it is, and then creating a building map around that makes sense to keep cohorts and grade levels together. It may look similar, or they may end up moving different grade levels around to allow for those bubbles and flexible groups with the different grade levels that are expected in the coming year. So there's not a specific area that says, you know, this in the future is gonna be kindergarten, and this is gonna be second grade, and this is gonna be fourth grade. It's kind of once the boundary process is done. We, to be honest, tried that when Brookview was built to say, here's the 4, 5, and the K1 and so forth. We never from the start were able to do our true design, because our true design had a kindergarten and a first grade section with preschool as well in it. So it was 3 classes of kindergarten and 3 classes of first grade with preschool there as well. So that integration of students and learning between preschool and kindergarten could be seamless. But from the day one that opened, we started with 4 sections of kindergarten and 4 sections of first grade, so preschool never had that opportunity to kind of to be where they were designed to be from the get-go. So this will allow them the opportunity, once the boundary changes are done, to really look at their building holistically of what makes sense in terms of grade level configuration.
Okay, thanks. Katie?
Suppose I should scoot in. So if I'm understanding correctly, it looks like we're not gonna hit the winter deadline. We're gonna at least be at the end of next year, before we get into
In
these
terms
new.
of completion?
Yes, in
Yes.
terms of completing the project. So, I mean, understandable that timelines keep getting pushed back. How confident are you in that deadline? Cause I know that we're already squeezed for space. And if it gets pushed into that year as well, I mean, I'm still really happy it's happening, but, having experienced life in that school, it gets squeezed pretty quick. So I'm just kind of curious if you could speak to that.
Right, well, if you want that.
Sure. Yes, like John was saying on the precast, just as an example, you know, we're getting 3 or 4 proposals on that right now, and even as early as Monday, you know, one of the suppliers said, oh, we just got an order in, 2 orders in, our lead time is now April. So I'm like, well, then that, you know, they're out of the mix because we need precast by end of January, beginning of February. So it's fluid, but I mean, that's why we're trying to like do the precast quicker so we can get that locked in. We do anticipate putting in this accelerated schedule, you know, so the contractors who are bidding it realize like that they are gonna be under the gun to finish it up this summer, so.
We're hoping that it's winter work, that more contractors are looking for work too. Because a lot of jobs are pushed through the summer and fall months, obviously, and most schools are opening in September. So as it sits, there's enough time to build it. It's just so fluid, like Gary talked about. I mean, in getting workers, I mean, there's contractors or vendor suppliers that are trying to hire people for second shifts, and they just can't find the people to do it like they used to. So that's why it's fluid, and we'll have to keep you posted. As it sits today, it shouldn't be an issue to be done by August of next year with what we know today. So we'll keep pushing on it.
Thanks.
Are there other kinds of materials that are kind of in short supply these days besides the precast?
It's strange because it's just across the board, just what we've been seeing. It's just weird stuff where insulation, you know, which you wouldn't think would be a strange one, was turned into a long lead time. So we're adapting to it, you know, as it comes up, but it's keeping us on our toes because it's not the typical order it in 4 to 6 weeks you can get it. Sometimes it's 4 to 6 months now, so.
I would say we've also had extensive discussions in this edition in particular about exactly what it's gonna take to get it built and what the materials are. So we've actually switched the construction type, particularly for the storm shelter, to make sure that it's easy to get the parts. So it's basically going to be a poured concrete shell rather than masonry or precast, simply because we weren't sure we could get those procured in time. So we've been working on trying to mitigate all the risk that we can in the design as well.
Tina?
How does that impact cost? I mean, now that you have to kind of switch it up a little bit, are you seeing a little bit of an increase, decrease in change of materials?
We've seen, I mean, the price of stuff has been going up, and again, in the last 2 years, and the bids that we've been seeing have been coming in not as much as the increase. The material costs are somewhere between 12 to 13% over the last year, but the bidding increase hasn't been 12, or it's only been like 2 or 3%.
Okay.
So contractors have been absorbing it and, hoping for the work. And to John's point on the schedule, this is a little bit of an off typical cycle, so we're hoping that the contractors will see that it's good winter work and they'll bid it, and we won't see it, so.
Yeah, so material prices are higher, but in the commercial market, unlike housing, they're still slow. They're still looking for work. So when we are publicly bidding, we have been lately, we just bid a lot of work together. We're getting 8, 9, 10, 11 mechanical and electrical bids. So with competition comes lower prices. So materials are higher, but with competition, we've been able to maintain budgets. But that's fluid too, so we're keeping an eye on that. So.
Is the cafeteria gym, are they big enough for this new expansion?
Yes, that, when it was built, that was.
That was
in
part of
mind. Yep.
the way it was built in the first place, to accommodate expansion.
And I would add parking too.
And, okay.
So
parking
you're not
too.
adding stalls because the parking is good.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, well, thank you very much for coming in and giving us an update. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hope it keeps on schedule.
Sounds good.
Okay, we're going to move on to the second part of our work session, which is to continue our work on board goals. And we have Paula Forbes back to help us work through this process. So
Thank you.
thank you, Paula, for coming again.
Yes, so Joan was gracious enough to send everybody, I believe, the board goals, the 2019 and 20. And then you have in front of you, she put together all of the brainstorming that we did on Post-it notes last time. So that's all there. And then we also sent you out a sheet, just a planning document. You can use it or not as we walk through this. But what I wanted to go over today, one of the pieces that everybody came to agreement on the last time that we met was the fact that everything you had up on the board, you really already have in your board goals. And that the big three, increase student achievement for all students, secure long-term financial stability of the district, and increase community trust and engagement are still the big three that you want as board goals. So then the question becomes, looking at the brainstorming sheet, what in your board goals under strategies and under how we measure success do we keep? What do we need to let go of in order to update the board goals for 21, 22? And what do we need to add that is in the brainstorming sheet that you don't see currently in the 2019, 2020 goal area? Does that make sense? So I thought that's what we would work on tonight, because the cake's already half baked in the sense that you have the same goals that you want, but I think your strategies may change with some additions that you also have on the landscape for you coming up. And based on that, you need to look at how you measure success for those, or how you measure success may change for some of the goals that you still want to keep. So I thought we could do that. I can use the whiteboard and just put up some ideas for you, and you can use this for note-taking, but I can make a master list. But I would like to just start first with the increasing student achievement for all students. Using the brainstorming sheet to look at the ideas that you came up with last month. I I thought I was writing big when I put those up there, and when I went and sat down, I realized that wasn't very big. But let's just start with this for a minute. And I can peel off and write up. If you look at at the first page on the bottom, I asked you to put down your big three strategic plan and board goals. And that's where we realized, when we looked at that they were almost exactly the same as the goals that you already have. The key here is, though, that you might have another goal, I'm not sure. We wanted to keep it to 3, but I did leave a blank in case there was one that, based on some of the brainstorming, that didn't fit in one of those categories that you wanted to put in there. So then if you go to page 3, we clustered them before we left last time. And we took a lot of the brainstorming Post-it notes and we put them under each one of these 3 categories. So we had increased student achievement for all students, secure long-term financial stability, and increased community trust and engagement. And there are those that are here that are currently not in the 2019 to 2020. So that's our challenge tonight. I don't think it should amount to a whole lot of work for you guys to be able to tighten this up. But I would like to go through each one of them, starting with the increased student achievement, and look at these strategies and say, what do we need to keep? What do you want to let go of? And what do you want to add from your list here? Not come up with brand new ones, but add from the list that you already developed.
I liked the one alignment, so that our school board goals, our world's best workforce, our strategic plan, that our school improvement plans, that it's all aligned.
So this is one you want to keep.
Yeah, I don't know if that would be under a strategy for student achievement, but I think if we can align those, that would be helpful.
Well,
Is that what you're asking?
that was, that was, when you look at how we will measure success, you kind of had those listed. So I would say that that is kind of one of a success measurement that you want to keep and add. Portrait of a graduate's not in there, so
Okay.
you want to add that. School improvement plans. And then really kind of look to the staff to come up with some of the strategies. So that to me is kind of an add-on, Allison.
Okay.
And I would put that under the measure, how do we measure success and progress? So given that, is there anything under success and progress that we have to let go of? That it's no longer relevant, you've done it already, completed it, or you want to just not focus on that?
What page are you on? I'm sorry, I'm thinking.
I'm under your 2019,
whoa.
2020 goals.
Okay,
So right here,
yep.
under how do we measure success, is there anything here that you would say, we no longer need this piece? Do we have this? Do we
I
not
don't,
have this?
I don't have it.
They're not in
No,
our packet.
I don't.
Yeah, the board goals. That's why you guys are looking at it.
I'm not, Joan, if you can find it, can you just email it to us so we can access it on our
Yes.
devices?
Yes,
I think I just happened to have it.
this is your 2019, 2020 goals.
Yeah,
These ones are the exact, you guys came up with it on the brainstorming sheet, you decided at the end that you basically want to keep these 3 main buckets.
yeah.
So we want to look at I guess where I'm confused is which area are we gonna,
I want to look at each one of those areas. I want to look at the strategies, and I also want to look at how you measure success.
Okay.
I think that you've got it organized well. So the question is, do the strategies now change how you measure success? But also,
some of these I don't know if they were, I don't think the shared responsibility and student performance measures policy was updated, but I'm not sure.
It hasn't been
wasn't.
updated.
Okay.
No.
mean, I think,
compare it to, in order to do a good comparison, look at page 3, under your, bullet points, you have all 3 of these, and you guys put all of your brainstorming post-it notes are under there,
Okay.
okay? What I want you to do is look at those in comparison to these board goals.
to see which strategies we would replace.
To see if you need any new strategies to be able to get it done. For instance, let me give you an idea. I'm gonna make it jump down to increase, or secure long-term financial stability. The new goal, you still want to increase financial stability of the district, that's still your goal, right? But one of your new strategies to update it is to pass an operating levy to secure funding. That's not in here in 2019,
Right,
2020.
okay, that, now I
So
understand.
that's an example of what you need to add. Okay? Does that make sense?
Yes.
All right. So if we go up to, I just wanted to start one at a time, with increased student achievement for all students. You guys really, we had, because of the pandemic, we had some other things that came up this year that you might wanna look at, that you know you need to add. Right? And there's some things in here that I see. It says prioritize new dollars for academic achievement. I don't see that in your
Right.
strategy here. Do you, is that something you wanna add? That's what I'm,
I would say yes.
okay, you guys following me now?
Yep.
Okay, so, I wanna
you send it?
start then. Does everybody have their goals?
Not yet.
Okay,
It's coming.
okay. Wait a second here and then we'll have them. I apologize. I wanna start with increasing student achievement for all students, and look at your brainstorming sheet, and if you guys can pick anything out that you know you wanna put up this year to add.
So is there, because some of this stuff will be dependent upon dollars,
Correct.
levy dollars, things like that, you know, do you still put it in as a goal, as a strategy?
You still put it in as a strategy, but under how will we measure success and progress, that's where you put your asterisk and say dependent upon
Dependent upon, okay,
new money,
okay,
dependent upon targeted money.
yep,
You know, that's how we would measure success, so it's interdependent on something else
Sure.
happening. And you would, I think we would note that,
okay.
yeah.
Because I think like, you know, looking at prioritizing new dollars for academic achievement, you know, a lot of times that includes professional development. And that might depend on whether or not we get a tech levy passed, because then those dollars go back in and we could utilize that for professional development, things like that. So,
Yeah, you make a really good point. So that's where the fine print kind of comes in under your strategies and your success model. Because if you don't get one, you're not gonna
Right.
be able to do the other.
Right,
And,
I think too
a
that
lot of this is codependent. on
it
that.
is, but I think there's prioritizing that we probably need to do.
yeah.
So then, yeah, that's.
Can I ask,
yeah,
while
that's
we're
almost
waiting,
a fourth column.
while we're waiting for the copies, and I don't know if this would go to the policy group, but is the strategy from 2019-2020, the shared responsibility and student performance measures policy, is that on the docket? Would you recommend that? You know, I don't know at what point staff wants to weigh in on on how to help craft the strategies and the measuring success. But is that, if it wasn't updated, should it be? Is that still a priority? Is that something that policy has talked about?
I would think so.
Yeah. Is that something that policy has talked about, I think is the question.
Well, as of right now, we haven't pulled it up. But I think that if this is something that the board would like us to look at, that we certainly could look at it at our next meeting, which is Wednesday of next week. So, yeah, we haven't gone into it in depth yet, but we certainly could look into it.
What, do you know, I mean, I know, I could look online, but do you know what policy series that is, Jennifer? Or any-
Is it the shared, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
it is in the 600 series?
I mean, under this list, you know, from our last session, prioritize new dollars for academic achievement. I mean, if we do pass our levy, that would be something that I would like to see happen with those new dollars, you know, in the short term, is to prioritize academic achievement. You know, we know that there's been potentially some learning loss as a result of the pandemic, so, you know, that in my mind, that would be a crucial goal, is to try to address some of that.
Right, but you also have above that, student achievement for all, right? So you still want that. But what you're saying is, and if we get new money from this levy, that's where we want to prioritize it, is under the student achievement bucket. Okay.
Because, you know, there are certainly other things that we could do with new dollars if the community says yes to the levy, but, I mean, you know, I think prioritizing student achievement ought to be really right up there.
Okay, so we want to keep that, or we want to
And for me,
add
it's like,
that?
and I don't know too, it's almost what, in the last couple levy work sessions we've had, it's really kind of been brought to my attention how we have strategies in World's Best Workforce and, you know, all these different areas that aren't funded. And so to me, our role would be, and it does go in line with allocating dollars towards student achievement, but really making sure that when we have strategies, that we ensure that they're properly funded.
Well, that's the conversation I think you guys have to have, because what I saw that felt was a little concerning to me is you said, how will we measure these? And you're gonna measure them through these modalities right here. World's Best Workforce, MCA, Fast Bridge, ACT. But then, now I'm hearing you say, but they're not funded?
There are funding that goes with those. That's how we get our dollars from the state.
The strategies aren't fully funded, so like at the last work session, we talked about there are students that are, and Jennifer, you could probably say this, but they're identified as needing intervention services, but that we don't have the funding in the budget to provide all students that qualify with those, currently with those intervention services. And you can speak to that maybe a little bit more, but.
I definitely could speak to that all day. But I do want to just make note that you had asked a question about the one policy that's identified as one of the strategies that is within the 600 series of policies. And there has been a lot of discussion amongst multiple board members, and I'm sorry, I'll take this off. There's been a lot of discussion amongst multiple board directors that we need some improved policies or even procedures around our curriculum practices, around our curricular review practices, around student achievement and how we measure student achievement. So the one policy that's called out is the shared responsibility and student performance measures in the school district system accountability. That's policy 616. But that entire series of 600 policies are all surrounding educational programs, and they have not been revised in some instances, decades.
To me, that should stay on this as a priority. I mean, in my opinion, it should carry over. I don't know what the policy work groups, I mean, obviously you could discuss that on Wednesday in terms of priorities, but yeah. So I would vote for keeping that. The first one, the updating this, and maybe we can
Okay.
call it the 600 series of policies,
Okay.
and just maintain that.
We'll just put 600 series for now.
And I guess I just was thinking, it sticks out at me from our last work session that we could be doing a better job fully funding the strategies that are in our plans. So I don't know if that's don't know if that goes into prioritizing new dollars on student achievement, or it can be prioritizing those dollars on the strategies that we're approving. I mean,
I think some of that goes into the special ed cross subsidy too. I think that might be what you're speaking to.
May I suggest something? As you're looking at the strategies are really to update school district policies. But the measure of success or the measurement to evaluate that is what are we seeing as a result of the implementation of those policies? So I'll give one example, and that's our curriculum review policy, which has not been updated in a long time. And it is an area where we could definitely take a look at what are some modifications there. But the outcome of that could potentially be if we're back on track with our curriculum review cycle.
exactly. I mean, I love that idea, because we do have curriculum cycles coming up for, I think it was shared math and science.
So it's not just the content area, but it's the cycle itself.
Yes.
We're out of, we're
We're
out of.
falling behind.
Yep.
So you see that then as the measurement?
Is if we're on, the strategy is updating the policy.
Then the measurement.
Measurement or the evaluation piece of it is, are we actually on track with implementing those policies?
What about the outcomes for the students with respect to the implementation of the strategies? Would you consider that a measurable outcome as well? Because just measuring the implementation of the policies may not be enough in terms of trying to mitigate some of the problems that we have with respect to achievement gaps. Because you can implement policies, but if it's not implemented that in a way that is intentional and covers all, you will still have the same problems.
The one area of caution I would have is the summary data that you'll want to use to determine if the implementation is effective or not is longitudinal data. And so if these are one-year goals, you likely would not see a result in student achievement based on the changes that you hope to make this year.
But we can look at that over time. I agree
time.
with you. So, but again, I don't know how implementation of the policies is, I don't know how we actually apply that as as a measurable outcome. That's part of the process, but the outcome really is, how does that impact the children? What is the outcome in terms of their results, that achievement gap and all that? So I'm a bit confused, so I just wanted some clarification, because I don't know. Policies are there, they're there, they've been there, but there's nothing has been done. Regardless of whether we have the resources for trying to support our children, we still have to come up with some creative measures, whether we like it or not, right? So the outcome with respect to the students themselves, to me, I think is where those measurable outcomes should be coming from.
Can I speak to that?
Yeah.
So where I see it playing a part of it is that if these policies are updated, that means all the people and the right people are involved in the review process. So that means all stakeholders get to participate in what we present to the students. And as far as the measurements, and if we use, for instance, what we have here, it is longitudinal data. So that means we don't want to do things that are going to come and go, but we want to be able to track over time to see if what we're doing is actually beneficial or not. And then that's how we can change what our strategy is. Maybe if we change the strategy, if this is the strategy this year and we don't notice any difference or improvement compared to past scores, we can have a different strategy implemented, further down the road to change it up to try to do better. So that's just kind of where I kind of see it fitting in, is that we have more voices and the right voices involved in the entire process, because I think we're missing lots of voices.
And are you still talking about, like, for measurement, the MCA's?
Yeah, what we're
Okay.
doing, and that, so we have consistent measurements across the board to read from.
And I think if I'm understanding, I think I agree with Director Riley. I think what you're saying is, to me, it's that benchmark of we have to update those outdated policies, because right now, there's things that are not I mean, they're outdated. If they haven't been updated in a decade, they're not current and they're not best serving our students. So to me, to have that be a priority in policy, because that's the foundation. And then we build on that. Like, are we gonna see an immediate increase in scores? Likely not, but it's gonna be, like Director Riley said, it's building that foundation, and then longitudinally, we're gonna see some results over some time. And we can maybe maybe we wanna look at board goals that are short-term and that are 3 years, just like the curriculum updates, the cycle has like years 1 through 5.
Yep.
And we could follow something similarly to that. And if we aren't seeing some results come that year 3, I think it is, or 4, we go back to the drawing board into year 1 and do something completely different. And that way we have the policy group, the board seeing it. There's time for the community and for staff members to kind of be a part of it and just,
Well, what I would like to see you do, and I just want to throw this out there, when you say, how will we measure success or progress, right? These are board goals. All right, so I mean, I just want you to, what is the board, so it is the board's role, is to
set
update
policy.
these policies,
Yes.
right? But when you get to, thank you, when you get to the measure success and progress, how will you see success and progress by updating your board goals? It's not how you see the success of the board goal being implemented and what it eventually does. It's what you do and how do you measure success when you've completed yours, your part, and how that gets put out into the district community.
and I think and I don't want to put words into Dr. Riley's mouth, but I think could the measurement of success year 1 be, we updated the policies. Now, year 2, we're starting to kind of, how are we monitor the
There
implementation
you go. So
and
you're
guide
getting
the
to a SMART
implementation?
goal. That's what it is, right? The specific goal is or strategy is to update it, right?
Right.
Success is that you have it completed by a certain time. That
Right.
makes it realistic as a SMART goal.
Yes.
And then what you want to do is put in a strategy to maybe year 2 evaluate
Right.
how that is working and whether or not that is actually impacting student achievement. Does that make sense?
Makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, like monitor, evaluate.
Yeah.
I prefer that word.
Can I jump in too real quick so the work of the policy group right now is following previous direction from the board, and we're looking at the 200 series. We just finished the 700 series, which is financial policies, and now we're looking at kind of board governance. And we literally just started it. We'll have our very first one on the docket tonight. So we're trying to tackle entire series. So adding the 600 series on top of it, and knowing that it's already August of this year, I mean, we certainly can. What is kind of the timeline of our board goal? Would we have until next summer to be working on this? Or can I get some direction from other board directors?
It's a
Do we
great
want
question
to
because
switch
that's what makes
switch
it
gears?
Time sensitive and realistic to be able to attain. That's why how you create a SMART goal. So if this is your strategy and you're already working on the 200 series and you have a timeline for that, is it realistic to say this year we're gonna complete the 600 series? Or do you need to give yourself, where's the time? This is 21, 22 goals, 1 year. So within this year, the question you ask yourselves is this a realistic goal that we are gonna complete review of the 600 series this year?
And do we want to continue with our current progress of doing the 200 series and then into the 600 series? Or is this now becoming a more important goal that we should maybe table the 200s and do 600s? I'm flexible either
I
way.
think that's something we can talk about, because this is an important goal. So we have to start work on this one immediately if we're going to be able to achieve, based on what Director Riley and Sherman just said. This is, regardless of what we're doing, this definitely will go to the top of the scale.
Okay. And I guess I would also ask staff what would be more helpful to our students. The 600 series, I would love your opinion, or the 200 series, if you had a priority.
For me, in learning
Right.
specifically, I would love to see some updates in our 600 series policies. There are 15 that are currently on the books. I think it's a very reasonable to set forward a timeline and a cycle for reviews and updates that could be accomplished in 5 months.
I mean, I support that. I mean, I know you guys have to have your meeting and maybe come back to the board with a timeline and a report, but
I would like to make that a priority too, because we are about student learning and growth.
Right.
And so I would like to see that at the top of the list as well.
I do think that that makes sense. I mean, I think that there are a lot of policies that needed to be updated. And I think we chose the 200 series because, there were gaps and, a lot of duplication. But truly, I mean, academic achievement is what a school board should be all about. And, absent that sort of guidance, we sort of defaulted to the 200 series. But, I would support prioritizing the 600 because academic achievement is so crucial to what we do.
So that was the question I had. What do we let go of for now? So that's your question. Can't get, you're letting us know that the feasibility of being able to do 200 and 600 is almost impossible within this year. So are you saying we're letting go of 200 for now? Or are we saying, no, we're gonna get both of them done?
just to let you know, the 700 series took us about 6 months. We're still working on the 700 series, the last couple, for the 700 series. So policy work takes a while as we're learning.
700, 200, and
And-
now you're adding 600.
Yeah,
Is this realistic? Is it realistic? Or how do you want to prioritize it is the question.
and I think we do need to do the 200 series. I mean, that is still a priority for me, but if the board is wanting us to prioritize the 600 series at this point, then I'm happy to switch gears and focus on the 600 series. Director Riley, do you have any thoughts on this? Not to put you on the spot, but
Well, you know where I stand on your 200 series.
would you prefer the 200 series over the
I
600?
don't think it matters because I'm a minority on the board, so
I'm just asking for your input, that's all.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you have unconstitutional policies on the 200 series that this board decided that they wanted to realign and put in place and in practice and govern by. So you think about how you want to go forward.
I think we should focus on the 600 series because it directly impacts what we are trying to achieve, not only as a board, but students as a whole. I don't think we'll be missing out anything if we focus on that. The 200 series, we can always revisit. You can always update, go edit, and touch up strategies. But for the 600 series, we want to have a timeline, especially in the situation we're in with the pandemic and all that. That's definitely priority in terms of how we support our kids to close those gaps.
How about the 700 series when you look at the three of them? What is the 700? Can someone tell me?
those were already done.
Yeah, the financial
Financial.
policies, I think we're almost done, like, we're on our last one. Oh, no, the next meeting will be finally done. But yeah, we're cleaning it up.
Okay,
So we've
that's
got 2 more
basically
policies. That's
completed.
pretty much done, yes.
Okay, so you measure success so that you can get this done by the end of when?
700s will be done probably in September.
September?
Actually, end of, do we have any
Next
more in
week,
August?
September.
September, by September's probably
Yeah.
safe, yeah.
Okay, so.
And I know the policy team, will be meeting next week. I would personally prioritize the 600 series, if you just want my opinion.
Okay.
Because I am concerned that some of those policies are outdated, and we have curriculum reviews coming up with science and math, and I don't want to delay that work. And so I think staff needs that updated direction to be able to move forward efficiently.
So what will success look like? You get your 600 series done, what's a realistic timeline?
It's going to be really aggressive if we are thinking of also adding the 200 series. It's going to be an aggressive timeline. It'll be all hands on deck, so it means that we'll probably have to meet more than once a week. I'm pushing it, but I guess that's the work we have to do.
And to Director Riley's point earlier, looking just kind of over these policies in the 600 series, I see a lot of opportunities to connect with families and to connect with stakeholders, which is going to take a little extra time to reach out and really do the work well.
That's a good point. What you're pointing out is your first priority then for your 600 series is to build a framework for review,
Right.
okay?
Yes.
But you can't just say, okay, we're gonna start at 600 series. You've gotta build a framework of how you're going to evaluate your 600 series. That includes community input, that includes stakeholder input and internally and externally. And so you need to build a framework around that. That should be your first priority. When can you get your framework done? Because that will help you create your timeline for the rest of your evaluation. You see how it works that way? And that's how you get to your realistic SMART goal. So I would say, give yourself a deadline just for the conversation around your framework about how you're gonna tackle it. All right? So your framework you wanna get completed, and just then how you're going to basically implement the framework, implement the review. And then what's realistic on your measure of success is when you're gonna complete the process. That to me leads you to next year. This is your evaluation for next year. And you create a see, this doesn't have a framework around it. It just says you list all of these things to tell you how you're gonna be successful.
Right.
But you still don't know when you look at these things what that means. So this, you still need to create a framework for how is this gonna tell you whether or not you've really done a good job of being, not only updating your 600 series, but getting community input, revising it the way that people can agree to, and getting the process completed in time. And then you create a framework for evaluating the impact of that. And that's year 2. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yeah.
Okay, so your impact comes up year 2. So we already have something for our future. So this group has to, and I'm not saying that you guys gotta pull dates out of the air tonight. I think that's a little too intense. But I think that the conversation needs to be, these 3 indicators will tell you whether or not it's realistic to do your 600 series, whether or not it's time sensitive, and whether or not it's attainable. That's your SMART goal, okay? And that, if we do that, does that get to your alignment question that you wanted?
Yes, yeah, that would.
So the alignment piece under your strategy is to prioritize. That's the addition under the goal, correct?
Yes, I mean, provided, to me, it's just, if we update the 600 series, then it starts the process of the monitoring that we can then do with updated current policies.
And that works for the
For the
academic
year.
achievement goal.
Yes,
Because in order to look at academic achievement as a goal, you've got to be in alignment with what you're actually doing in the district.
Right.
And how it's impacting students,
Right,
right? That's alignment.
right.
So this is really what's been missing under your goal, under your strategies. You guys identified it in your brainstorming sheet. So that's why you're adding it in. It gives you that layer of review. Okay? What else in this is being realistic? What else under goal 1 do you think this board can take on this year? You have under your brainstorming of increased student achievement for all students that you have listed. You have implement the LETTERS program, support all students' social, emotional, equity, and inclusion, engage students, involve and listen.
You
Those
know-
are also goals.
You know, it's interesting because a lot of what we have here could actually go under academic achievement in terms of subsectors for implementation. Student engagement, if there's no student engagement, you might not be able to get to where you're going. The support students' achievement, growth and support for, and opportunities for all. It's the same thing. So I think it's a repetition of what we actually have there. The one for support all students' social, emotional, equity, and inclusion should be a part of it in terms of students' achievement, because if we don't have that, you will still see the gap within those achievements. So it all falls under student achievement. If we provide a separate goal as to what we have here, you're just kind of separating it, it's my opinion. You're separating it when it should be part of the process of, getting to where we're looking at.
Okay,
So-
can I throw something out there, Ann?
Yep.
I think that you have here performance measures policy to support classroom experiences and opportunities that enhance student engagement and meet the academic, social, and emotional needs of students. You basically have what you brainstormed, like you said. I don't think it has to be separately listed, but it can be examples, or it can be more specific to show what you're looking at. So you have social emotional support, you've put that in there. You have engage students, involve and listen. I think that's gonna be hopefully part of your framework and updating your series. That you're gonna go out and get student voice on some of those policies around your curriculum and other areas. And you're gonna look at the impact in some of these with regards to the pandemic. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So what I suggest is that you utilize, and when you build your framework, you utilize some of these indicators as to what you're going to be using
Yep.
in review of the 600 series.
Right.
Because that's what you want to see. So if this is what you want to see, the 600 series needs to speak to that.
Right.
That's the context in which you want to do your review.
Right.
Does that make sense to people?
Right.
That's the
Yeah.
groundwork for what you want to see
Right.
in your 600 series. Does it speak to what's important to you, which is what you brainstorm here and what you already have listed here in a really well-written paragraph?
Right.
I think the 600 series, having that updated, is going to bring about ideas that aren't in here and strategies that we're going to be able to better measure, in terms of, I just think that 600 series is kind of that foundation.
And that might go to the district's then strategic planning and goals. That's not the board. That might give them ideas on how they want to build. But what you're doing for them is providing them the guidance, and that's the review of the 600 series, because that sets the guidance and the path for them to be able to build the foundational layers and do the work.
Right.
You don't want to do the work,
Right.
right? That's for the experts to do. You want to do, what's the path?
Right, and that was why I was thinking that if we go into details with some of what we have here, then we'll be going into what administration is supposed to be doing. But at a higher level, the umbrella that we already have, I think we can, and with the 600 series, to lay the groundwork in terms of alignments that you spoke about. So it gives them that direction and guidance as to what needs to now be implemented.
Okay.
So that's my thought process.
Use this, if you're successful, you will see your aspirational goals, you'll see those within your review and in your implementation of the 600 series.
Yeah.
Okay? That doesn't fall away, this is basically the why.
Right.
So you've got to find out, make sure that when you do your review, this is your why. This is why we're reviewing it, because you want to make sure it has this important context. Okay? So use that as your map.
Okay.
All right, and we will, Joan and I are gonna figure out a way to put this in there so that you see it as a map. All right, I'm not sure what my time is, but I wanna do the financial stability and the, community trust real quick and see if we can get that done. Jennifer, we need a picture of that real quick and then I'll erase it.
Yep, got it.
So, secure long-term financial stability of the district. We had in 19 and 20, pre-pandemic, remember, restore unassigned fund balance to at least 5%, approve balanced budgets, expenditures do not exceed revenues, increase E12 enrollment, prepare for success adoption of an operating levy referendum by public vote no later than November 2021. Thank you, Jennifer. What there are you thinking about with regards to having to add from your brainstorming sheet? Let go of? What do you want to keep?
To me, the most important is the levy.
That's an addition, right?
Well, it's
It's
actually
on
on
here,
there.
prepare
It's
for,
on
but
there.
we're,
Now
you
you're
know,
in it.
we're in it.
So let's change that, right? Just needs to be,
Let's work to pass the referendum, operating levy referendum and technology levy.
we want to put that under strategy. Okay. Obviously, you guys know what the measurement is, that it gets passed, right?
Yep.
And are you, what's the process whereby you're doing the work? Are you building the framework and doing that now? Okay. So this is in progress, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. What else?
I think it's important to increase enrollment.
Yeah, I was gonna
Increased
say,
enrollment.
yep,
Okay.
that's what I was gonna say. Especially after the pandemic.
Okay. And that's not in there now, right?
Yes,
It is.
It is, yes.
Okay, so this is one that stays, but are any of the strategies changing because of what we now know based on the pandemic? Is there anything we need to add into that language as far as how you're gonna get it done? Board. The question is, what is the board gonna work on in order to help
I mean,
increase enrollment?
passing the levy is key for enrollment because we're not gonna gain market share with children if we don't have, if we lose $12 million in funding.
I would say it's about academic
And academic achievement,
success,
absolutely.
strategy one, or goal one.
So your strategy is increase enrollment. Is that a measure of success, academic achievement? Or, see what I'm saying? I want you guys to get specific about it.
I think
Like how-
academic achievement, the goal of academic achievement actually would have an outcome of increasing enrollment.
That goes back to the first one. So we're working on that.
So are you saying like have like a
This is
specific
with
goal?
regards to funding.
Well, but with increased enrollment comes increased funding. So by doing goal number one,
Kind of a chicken and the egg thing.
yeah,
It's kind of a chicken and egg thing. So, but how could, you want to increase enrollment. You know that academic achievement will increase enrollment because, I mean, it's definitely an attractor and
Right,
incentive.
as will the levy, because it will provide that stability. Parents will know that there's security there. You know, class sizes get, I mean, it's all the chicken and the egg, right? It's, you know, without the levy, we're gonna have higher class sizes, which isn't attractive to families and.
I would
But
say
how does
provide,
this- How does this increase in enrollment in and of itself become a strategy under funding?
It increases the dollars that we get from the state, that's for sure.
Well, we definitely know what it's gonna impact,
Right.
right? But as a board, I mean, you know, you go back to here, as you're setting it as a goal, and you have to have a strategy under here.
I think we offer programming that is unique to the valley in this area.
Okay, so that's the strategy to increase enrollment, might be a subset of that. So
I-
offer programming, so Do you wanna look at programming that can create or increase enrollment? You wanna have a conversation around that? How do you wanna get that done?
I was gonna offer a different idea.
Okay,
My idea was space, making sure that we have space for students as they enroll, because I know, like, particularly at preschool, there isn't enough space in our schools, and we could be capturing a lot more students if we had
That's true.
prioritizing space for preschool.
action steps, space, programming, those are two things you wanna look at maybe as a board.
I mean, preschool has a higher, the more we can get into preschool, there's a higher rate of retaining them, I think is the higher retention. So to your point, when we have wait lists on preschool, that, you know,
But isn't the funding different for preschool? I mean, that's later, that's not immediate, because preschool is in community ed.
I guess, yeah, and I mean, it's not maybe an immediate, but to me, it's like you have the short term and you have some midterm and long term. So if you have a 3-4-year-old and they're more likely, it would be better to capture them. They see themselves in the building, they see themselves in the school, and we do have like a pretty significantly higher retention rate for people who do preschool in our district.
Yeah, increasing enrollment, I think, tends to be a long-term strategy anyway.
Programming.
Increased enrollment is generally based on, what I'm hearing, it may be based on levy. It's also
of it.
based on academic achievement, right?
And space, yeah.
However, an action step is to take a look at programs and space and have conversations around those two to see where there is an opportunity to increase enrollment. It's just creating the opportunity. It's a yes and, right?
Can I interject for just a second? I just want to bring us back to what is it that the board is going to do? What strategies is the
exactly right.
board going to implement to ensure that we're securing long-term financial stability? So thinking about
strategy.
board strategies, what is the board going to do?
And your strategy to increase enrollment is already back to.
And can I just take you to the next?
It's really about getting 600, the academic achievement, but you're gonna work on 600, then this becomes an impact of 600 and not necessarily a strategic goal. Does that make sense?
I was also going to offer increased enrollment might be the measure of success of some strategy that you might implement to try to ensure that financial stability.
You wanna move it there?
What is it that what strategy will the board implement to ensure that the enrollment is increased?
You wanna move it there? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm just trying to backwards think it now.
It's
If the measurement is.
It goes back to your academic achievement measure of success. I don't know, I mean, you can always look at programs in space, I just don't know if this is necessarily a board goal for increasing enrollment, as much as, what do you have, control over, what do you have authority over?
Ultimately,
As a
the
board,
board
as a
has
governance
authority over those things. We have to agree to any plans that want to be implemented that is under our authority.
To evaluate, absolutely, right, to review and evaluate, absolutely. But to move, to make, this would become something that you would probably suggest that they would think about in a strategic plan. Not necessarily you would do as a board. You might suggest this to be part of a strategic planning process or conversation.
I see what you're saying. Right.
I do too. I've just gotten a lot of pushback on looking at programming, and I'm not sure how to get that moving at all, to offer different initiatives that are unique. And I think that's what we have. We have a highly competitive environment that we're surrounded with, and we need to do something a little different. We need to be able to be attractive to community members that we're losing.
And for me, I guess I look at it as if we can focus on achievement, I feel like enrollment is a potential measurement over time. I mean, I don't know, it's not gonna be a year, I mean, over time. Because right now, I don't feel like, when I heard, last week, it kind of presented that if you qualify for an intervention, we're not fully funded. That's not gonna bring a parent.
And that's been for a number of years.
Right, and that's not gonna bring a family to the district if they think, I may not get interventions even when I need them.
That's a federal or state thing.
But I think it's a local funding thing, right? I mean, combination. So I mean, really making sure that we have, when we implement a strategy like Read Well by third grade, or whatever it is in that plan, to know that all those interventions can be done for everyone who qualifies. That was kind of a wake-up call for me.
There's been an argument for a long time between the federal level and the state level about who's responsible for the mandates.
Yeah.
But right now, the state is actually funding it, right? So,
A little bit.
Yeah, some, and we
Yeah.
take some out of our general fund.
okay.
We do have some unfunded federal mandates as well, yes.
So it still does indirectly impact, the attraction for student enrollment. For now, is a strategy looking at a subset of increased enrollment, programs, space, you already know funding is there. You want to keep this here as a conversation. You can make a determination as to whether or not, as a board, how you impact it or what your role is in that. But it sounds to me that there needs to be more conversation around what the board's role is with regards to program and space issues.
Right.
I mean, in terms of of measuring it, I mean, could we just simply set a goal for ourselves that we have, quarterly discussions on ways to increase enrollment?
For ways to increase enrollment. And those
Well,
could
I
be
mean,
conversations.
yes, I mean, just essentially, because if you don't write it down, it doesn't get done, it doesn't get measured. But I mean, at the very least, we don't know exactly how we're going to, what is in our toolkit, if you will, to be able to increase enrollment. But the very first thing that we need to do is have those discussions and figure out what our options are.
Within our role.
And that's something that we could achieve in a year's time. I mean, it's not as though we as a board by ourselves are going to increase enrollment, because obviously, staff plays a big role. But, we could at least have those conversations.
Can we agree on that?
We need to.
To keep these on deck? Yep. Okay, great. What else is in here that you think we are missing, or that we need to let go of? All of this, to me, is levy and increase enrollment is under your long-term financial ability.
Right.
Under your
It
brainstorming.
depends on so much, I mean, that
And
is.
that's really where you're at for this strategy, for this goal this year, in my opinion, right? Yep. Okay. All right, so then let's go to community trust. I need your phone one more time, Jennifer.
Yep, I think I can do it from here too.
Are we going to have her come back? Can we do this very quickly, because we have a meeting that's supposed to start right now?
Yeah, you guys tell me, if we can get done with community trust and engagement quickly, or do we need to set, because it's in a parking lot?
Parking lot.
Parking lot for
Parking
now.
lot for now, we have a meeting.
Okay,
Yeah.
so let's, we got two.
Yeah.
What we'll do is we'll show you what they look like when you set them up in framework, and it might be good then for you to take a look at them, so that we can get to this one, you'll know exactly how to do this one. Okay? Does that
Okay,
help?
yeah.
Yeah,
that
thank
does
you.
help. Thank you, Paula. Thank you
Yeah.
so much
Thank
for
you.
coming and helping us with this.
Almost there.
I know, I mean, we made a lot of progress tonight, so that's a fabulous thing. Okay, yes, we'll take a 5-minute break for anyone who needs to take a break. And we'll start up in 5 minutes. I call to order this meeting of Stillwater Area Public Schools, ISD 834, for Thursday, August 12th. Joan, can you please call the order?
Director Hackert? Here. Director Onken?
Here.
Director Porbeni?
Yep.
Director Riley?
Here.
Director Sherman?
Here.
Chair Petrie?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Okay, let's rise and say the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Director Onken, can you read the district mission statement?
The mission of Stillwater Area Public Schools, in partnership with students, family, and community, is to develop curious individuals who are active and engaged leaders in an ever-changing world by challenging all students as they travel along their personalized learning pathways.
And Director Riley?
School board goals. In partnership with community, parents, and students, the School Board of Stillwater Area Public Schools ensures excellence in education by increasing student achievement for all students, securing long-term financial stability of the district, and increasing community trust and engagement.
Thank you. Next is approval of the agenda. I would like to move that we make a change in the agenda tonight and that we move action item B, online learning recommendation, to be part of the reports section. So that would be reports F, under reports. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Great. I would just like to say that the reason why we're doing this is that we feel as though, some board members feel as though we need to get more information and be able to process that information. And so we are in the process of, and I think we have already scheduled a special meeting for Monday to be able to take a vote on this. This is a big step, having online learning. And I understand why it has come up so quickly, because it was just last week that the Minnesota Department of Education allowed districts to be able to do this. And so I really appreciate all the effort that staff went to be able to try to come up with a plan very, very quickly. But there are just a lot of questions that we have. And so we'd like to be able to get some of those questions answered tonight and then perhaps hear from the public and be able to take a vote on it on Monday. So that is why we are doing it that way. Okay, so can we vote on the amendment then? All those in favor of making that change on the agenda, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Okay, so then we just need to approve the agenda as amended. I so move. Is there a second? Director Sherman? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Okay, so that passes. Thank you. Okay, next is open forum. Those who wish to speak to the school board will be able to do so in the beginning of the board meeting during open forum. You must sign up to speak. You may sign up only for yourself, not other individuals or groups, and only in person. The sign-up sheet is made available at the Oak Park building 30 minutes prior and up to the start of the meeting. Due to time limitations, we will limit the number of speakers to 15, who may speak for 3 minutes each. If you spoke at the last meeting, please consider allowing others to sign up before you. When your name is called, please approach the podium and state your name and address, including town, before you begin your remarks. Please pay attention to the timer, who will hold up cards indicating when you are approaching the end of your time. When time is called, you may finish your sentence. After you address the board, please leave the podium. Stillwater Area Public Schools District 834 welcomes input from citizens as community involvement on the issues facing our district fosters better decision-making and improved learning experiences for all students. While comments and questions are welcome during open forum, law prohibits the board from discussing concerns about individual employees or students in a public meeting. We will stop the proceedings immediately if employee or student privacy issues are raised and direct the speaker to forward comments regarding individual employees or students to the superintendent. We welcome discussion of the issues, but will not tolerate the targeting of individual staff or students by name, position, or implication. Because we are modeling civil discourse for our community, speakers must present their testimony in a respectful manner. Vulgarity, character attacks, or malice will not be tolerated. The board will not deliberate, discuss, or engage in conversation with speakers during open forum. However, the board may ask administration to review the concerns presented. Okay, with that, our first speaker tonight is Andrea McCready.
Hello, my name is Andrea McCready. I live by the hospital in Stillwater. The board recently revoked policy 721.1, board approval of contracts and expenditures, and I really appreciate that the board kept the expenditure planning form. However, the board did eliminate the public's access to view within board packets the spending on smaller contracts. The staff were said to be taking 6 hours to create the associated one-page list that looked like this. And they, as board member Katie Hocker wrote in an email, they had deep fear and trepidation that any mistake could cost them their jobs. The attention is so intense and increasing as they prepare for the first build project under this new policy. I believe a compromise, since the staff feel this way, would be to just simply publish in the board packet the same disbursements register that the board gets. Note that the $50,000 threshold that was set the previous January is remaining, and that's because it was actually part of a separate vote. I did read through a data request, and I do believe that the board would not have intended to keep that $50,000 limit had they noticed that they were voting on that in January of 2021. In fact, Chair Petrie said, "Damn, we missed an opportunity." So basically, she missed an opportunity to advocate for a higher threshold so we would have less visibility in the expenditure forms that are brought to the board. We would have fewer of those because the limit would be increased. That board can actually legally go up to a $175,000 threshold starting next January, so we'll see what the board does there. We do know that there were issues. There was a reason the $50,000 was put there in the first place, and that issues can be prevented in the future with a closer eye to detail. In board member Hockert's email, she said, "I've really tried to stay high level and not shame Tina in any way. I want to avoid her feeling attacked or giving her ranks any reason to come to her defense over this. I don't want to give any reason for her followers to feel like defending her." I don't know why board member Hockert was focused so personally on board member Tina Riley. I'm wondering whether she has a cracked lens so that she cannot see that this is not about Tina. She refers to Tina's ranks and followers as if this is some cast-off subgroup that she does not want to appeal to for operating levy votes. All community members have a stake in financial transparency and financial decisions made by the district. The board majority is attempting to put everyone who cares about financial transparency into a fringe group that they can disregard, even as they prepare to go out to voters for an increase. For the 2021 levy referendum, the proposed ballot language is a bold plea for a blank check. With this proposed levy, we know for certain that ISD 834 is committed to implementing a tax increase, and they have no sense of urgency for improvement in third grade literacy. I will be voting no for the operating levy.
On our list is Lisa Williams.
Good evening. Lisa Williams, Quant Avenue in Lakeland. I'm gonna let you know I'm disappointed over the mask mandate being on the agenda tonight, but I'm gonna stick to what I came here for. I wanted to address 3 of the board goals, but I am gonna cut it back. I'm going to address the levy right now that you are looking to get. And I'm going to state that is a no vote for me. I've received some information from Superintendent Lansfeld saying that they received $2.6 million in Federal CARES Act money, with another $3 million coming in. And that does not address the 2+ million you receive from the state. So when you come forward looking for a technology levy, and I read of all the millions of dollars you received, and technology should have been your #1 priority last year and this year. I'm seeing costs for custodial, childcare, $175,000 for food, and that wasn't for our kids. So there was some silly spending going on last year when your buildings weren't open for over 6 months. I have some requests on looking to know where all that money went. And shame. Don't come looking for money from us. You're not getting it this year. Not when you are not educating our children. When it comes to the proficiency rate that you approved, I'm gonna take 1 second to read state statute. And mind you, the state statute was in the packet you were given on proficiency of the 59% you approved in June. As much as I appreciate the fact it's 2% over what you did last year in reality, but that's saying 50% of our 3rd graders are gonna move on to 4th grade without the ability to read. State statute says, the legislation seeks to have every child reading at or above their grade level no later than the end of 3rd grade. Your goal should always be 100%, nothing less. Superintendent Lansfield never should have brought that recommendation forward. When the leadership team came and presented it, it should have been sent back to the drawing board. And we don't need to rewrite 600 series policy for our teachers to understand our kids need to learn to read to be successful. If they don't know how to do, and I'm gonna use a term somebody used in a vicious way. When people talk about we want to see school goes back to the way it used to be, we're talking about reading, writing, and arithmetic. Those are the 3 core educational values our kids need to be successful. It isn't inclusion. It isn't integration. It isn't equity. It isn't any of it. And as for the mask mandate, it's a recommendation. We have 52 cases as of this morning in Washington County. 52. You're not going to abuse our children again this year. You're not.
Amy Martin.
Hi there, I'm Amy Martin, Lakeland resident, mother of 3 young children, and I'm also a business owner. There's standing room only here, and I'm really disappointed that all community members don't get a chance to speak. I think that anyone that shows up should have a chance to speak just going forward. I graduated from Stillwater, and I have a special recollection for my experience on the debate team as a high schooler. The practice of applying independent research and forming an opinion, and then also having a debate, 2 sides of a hot topic, taught me so much. We debated, believe it or not, global warming. Unfortunately, today, I don't think such a debate topic would even be permitted. How sad. I'm here tonight to support all students by advocating for them to have every opportunity to use critical thinking and practice tolerance and respect of others with differing beliefs. More specifically, I'm here to support bodily autonomy, medical freedom, and individual human rights to choose to access fresh air without obstruction of their breathing parts. I support individuals making the choice, and I support the schools being totally respectful of individual choice. I think by now, we've all heard enough about masks, vaccines, studies, retracted studies, doctor statements, doctors being deplatformed, and sadly, the manipulation and coercion tactics being used to gain compliance. Now is the time for teachers and administration to stand up and clearly state to students that masking is a personal choice and we respect and honor diverse beliefs. And while we're at it, let's take down the masked pony pictures. What a weird image. PETA would not be happy about the portrayal of animal abuse. At least put up an image of an unmasked pony so that we can present an inclusive message to our children. Finally, I was appalled to see your vax to school messaging online. Please leave kids and their families alone. We don't want to see any more about vaccines unless you want to speak to the risks involved. Perhaps start directing families to justtheinserts.com so we can all make informed consent decisions. I want to know what the school district is going to do proactively to protect students' right to bodily autonomy and medical freedom. I will vote no on your levy in November because I don't currently feel that I can trust you with my children. No more money. Thank you.
Heidi Adams.
Good evening. My name is Heidi Adam, and I live in West Lakeland. I live in this district, and I have 2 children in its public schools. I'm here tonight not only for my children, but for all the district's children. COVID is a virus that will never go away. Smallpox is the only virus that has ever been eradicated worldwide. There will always be cold, influenza, flu, and COVID viruses. There is no such thing as being 100% safe. We must learn to live with the COVID virus as we've done with colds and flu. Also, the cold, flu, and COVID viruses are materially less fatal than the smallpox virus ever was. In this country, we don't mask for colds or flu. Wearing a mask forces one to breathe one's own carbon dioxide, CO2. Excessive CO2 buildup in the body is called hypercapnia or hypercarbia or CO2 retention and can cause effects such as headaches, dizziness, and fatigue, as well as serious complications such as seizure or loss of consciousness. Regarding mortality rates, per the CDC website, as of August 4th, 2021, 416 children aged 0 to 18 years have died with COVID. Let me be clear, any number of deaths is horrible and a tragedy. No one is minimizing that. Out of the 416 children, 390 or 94% had comorbidities or underlying health conditions such as obesity, diabetes, asthma, or chronic lung disease, sickle cell disease, or immunosuppressive conditions. In comparison, the CDC website states as of May 27, 2021, 199 children aged 0 to 18 years have died from the flu. They believe these deaths were underreported because they believe that children may not have been tested for the flu. Therefore, the CDC uses a mathematical model to adjust and estimate the total number of deaths, even with the upward adjustment with the CDC estimated 434 deaths were associated with the flu during the 2019-2020 season among children aged 0 to 18 years. Again, any death is horrible and a tragedy. The data clearly shows COVID is about the same risk of mortality as the flu virus. I point this out because we do not mandate masks or vaccines for the flu, and we should not mandate either for COVID. There have been no scientifically conclusive studies to show masks protect people from getting or transmitting the COVID virus. Parents should be the only ones to make the decision whether their children should wear masks at school, not the federal, state, or local governments, including the CDC, MDH, or the Stillwater School Board or administration. I will not co-parent with the government. Do not mandate masks for our children regardless of vaccination status. Give everyone freedom of choice for their families. One cannot demand inclusion and equality for all, and in the next breath, segregate and exclude those with differing viewpoints. Thank you.
Dawn Beavers.
Dawn Beavers, Baytown Township. First, let me say that I support masks being optional for the upcoming school year. I honestly can't believe we are still discussing this. This board is not the co-parent for any children in this district except for your own. Please allow parents to determine what is best for their students. Unlike last year, the administration and board is fully responsible for the rules governing schools in this district. Last year, it was really easy to blame MDH and MDE, and a lot of us fought for you to have control back. That is no longer the case, and the buck stops here. With the 6 of you, each and every board member should feel responsible for every child and family choosing to leave this district because it clearly shows that your policies and education are not working. And there's a lot of them. Next, I'd like to speak to the board about asking taxpayers of this district to approve a levy increase, and tech levy in November. I know this board doesn't like to look back, but humor me for a minute. In 2013, the voters entrusted this district with more money, passing a levy. Then in 2015, the voters again gave the district more money in the form of a bond. Since 2015, and getting more money, achievement levels in this district have continued to plummet. In 2013, third grade reading proficiency was at 74.4%. Add in more money, and the rates fall in 2014 to 68.3%. Well, maybe that was just a bad year. I understand. The problem is that by 2019, the last year we have data for, this rate had tumbled all the way to 58.1%. Yes, you heard that right. More money, less results, less achievement. Let's look at the charter school right down the street, St. Croix Prep. They spent almost $2,000 less per student, and yet they have better results than we do. In fact, they achieve at 33% points higher than Stillwater. This isn't even about more money. It's about changing the way we teach our students. Even districts ranked the best in Minnesota spend less than Stillwater currently spends, and that is without the increase and the tech levy. Why can't this district increase its student achievement? We are throwing good money after bad practices. I think instead of asking this community for more money, the board and administration needs to get back to the basics of reading, writing, and math, and stop spending money on things that don't benefit students. Finally, for those of you that are concerned about equality in learning in this district, Wallet Hub just released a new survey, and they said that Stillwater ranked 314 out of 325 districts in the state of Minnesota. Teach our kids to think, not what to think. You can't have social justice if people can't read.
Sarah Van Newell. Sarah Van Newell.
Hello, Sarah Van Newell from Woodbury, Minnesota. And here tonight to talk about the levy. I think based on this, you can see how I feel about masks. And I trust that you'll listen to experts like the CDC, Minnesota Department of Health, Department of Education, or local leaders like Children's Hospital or Mayo Clinic in Rochester. I think you guys know enough to listen to the experts on that and not an angry mob. What I really came tonight to talk about is the levy, and I wanted to thank you for all of the work that you've put in. I've watched many an hour of the different proposals and the history. While I've been folding laundry, I'll have the YouTube on in the background. That's the great thing about these meetings, is that you don't have to be here to watch them. So I'll be leaving afterwards because I think we could use a few more seats out there. I can't underestimate the importance of this next levy, because without it, there's no great way to cut that money. There's not a way to cut $11 million without it touching kids in the classroom. And we can talk about the different ways things could have gone better in the past, but going forward, we need that money to do things like reading and math and arithmetic and all of the other wonderful programs that it supports. I know that my children personally really benefit from the responsive classroom program, and I would hate to see the social emotional supports for children being cut. And so there's quite a few people on the list behind me, so I won't take up any more of your time, but thank you for listening.
Ivy Miller.
Hi there, Ivy Miller from Woodbury. Good evening, Board Directors, Chair Petrie, and Interim Superintendent Lansfeld. My name is Ivy Miller, like I mentioned, from Woodbury. I'm here representing Woodbury for Justice and Equality in support of the upcoming levy. Our group is committed to supporting equity work in the district, which can only happen if sufficient funding is secured in District 834. Woodbury for Justice and Equality was founded in July 2020 after a Woodbury resident put out a call for neighbors to join him in learning about racial injustice in our community, a call to work together to seek solutions to address inequities. From the beginning, residents identified local schools as an area needing improvement. Last summer's letter written by District 834 students caught our attention. Our group has since been following board meetings and has invited administration to our events. One of our group's members was even elected to a seat on this board, running on a platform of equity in education, which we enthusiastically supported. Our group has grown to just over 500 members on our Nextdoor page and has hosted several events, bringing people together to promote equity and learn about the challenges faced in our local community. In the current climate, topics of racial injustice and equity are made to appear divisive. However, a core belief of Woodbury for Justice and Equality is that proactively addressing these issues is beneficial to our community. This is especially true in the classroom, where all students benefit as they prepare for a future in an increasingly multicultural world. Skills that will assist with our students thriving in this future include critical thinking and a willingness to step forward to support others in the face of injustice. More immediately, remarks made during these school board meetings have demonstrated the need for better equity education within our communities, starting at the school level. We have been disappointed to see Director Parbini directly targeted with racially coded language and disparaging remarks in a manner different from how other members of the board are addressed. In the last board meeting, 2 open forum speakers also had a clear message against the levy to go with a racially loaded language, and the parallels were obvious. It is instances like this that we hope to bring to the public's attention while providing an alternative narrative in support of this district. We know this district has work to do in ensuring all students feel welcome and seen, and yet we recognize that only through support in securing local funding for the next 10 years will the district be able to address those important issues. There is no benefits to students from the failure of this levy. Ultimately, Woodbury for Justice and Equality believes it is important to dig into the messy work of finding solutions that better serve our students and community. We believe such solutions can only be found by providing sufficient resources to the district. This is why we support the operating and tech levies, which will be voted on tonight. We hope the community will see the value in investing in our schools, even if they are not, nor ever will be, perfect. Thank you.
Catherine Hobbs.
Catherine Hobbs, resident Stillwater South Hill. How can you assure parents and concerned citizens that CRT isn't being taught in schools when the entire education establishment from the top down is promoting these very ideas? The Department of Education, the National and State Teachers Unions, the State Department of Ed, the new proposed social studies standards down to our own district, the Minnesota Education Equity Partnership, a partner of AMSD Reimagine Minnesota, which works with this district to find CRT in this way. CRT recognizes that racism is ingrained in the fabric and system of the American society. Institutional racism is pervasive in the dominant culture. CRT identifies that these power structures are based on white privilege and white supremacy. CRT also rejects the traditions of liberalism and meritocracy. Legal discourse says that the law is neutral and colorblind. However, CRT challenges this legal truth by examining liberalism and meritocracy as a vehicle for self-interest, power, and privilege. CRT and its child anti-racism can be boiled down to these underlying premises. The end justifies the means. Knowledge is subjective and morality relative. Everything must be looked at through a critical lens to reveal and dismantle power structures. Neutral principles of constitutional law and the natural law, they stem from, are racist, and discrimination is the answer to discrimination. Capitalism is inextricably linked to racism. Denial of racism is proof of racism. that racism permeates our very subconscious and the work of uprooting this intangible racism will never end, and that instead of judging the act and loving the sinner, we instead judge the heart. These pernicious ideas of the Frankfurt School have become deeply ingrained in our culture, and we are being taught not to understand ourselves in proximity to the goodness of God, but in proximity to the evils of society. If our laws do not rest upon natural law, the conception of law based on reason, then law and our rights will be based not upon objective justice, but upon the subjective whims and measures of whoever is in power, who will, like Pilate, ask, what is truth? True justice demands that each individual be treated as just that, an individual. I know this board has no power over the decisions of higher establishments, but how will the state standards be implemented? Why are papers that mention CRT at central services? How can you possibly assure us these ideas and books such as this won't be used? Transforming ethnic studies in schools, curriculum, pedagogy, and research. This book describes ethnic studies as an education and political project that looks on students as agents of social change. A 2015 study characterized ethnic studies curriculum as critical pedagogy of race. This book mentions critical race theory and reads like a playbook of Lenin. Ethnic studies are good. Marxism studies are not. How will racial capitalism and the social studies standards requirement be taught in our district? This term was coined by Cedric Robinson in his book, Black Marxism, the making of the Black radical tradition. I reject the idea that this philosophy stemming from Marxism that would radically change us through indoctrination of a captive audience of school children is the only answer to our problems and must not be critiqued in any way. To those who would fundamentally change our country, I say immigrants who fled socialist and communist regimes recognize these signs of forced ideological indoctrination and are sounding the alarm. Will we listen? I will vote no to any monies as long as these agendas are promoted. And also, just to add on, I'm immunosuppressed and also against mask and vaccine mandates. I chose to get vaccinated, so the unvaccinated are no threat to me. Thank you.
Sarah Berkovich.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Gersovich, and I live in Stillwater, and I have an elementary-aged daughter. I'm here tonight to ask the board to approve a universal mask mandate for all schools in District 834 during the upcoming school year, at the very least until there is a vaccine available for kids under the age of 12, or until recommendations change. These are the reasons why I'm asking you to consider this request. First, we have a new variant, not only circulating, but spreading very quickly. We know this Delta variant causes a much higher viral load than the original strain, making it more likely for even vaccinated people to catch and spread the virus. Right now, we don't have good data on how the Delta variant affects unvaccinated children and whether it might be more severe than the original strain. We do know that more and more children are being hospitalized with complications since they now comprise a greater portion of the unvaccinated community. This is especially true in areas where there are lower vaccination rates and higher community spread. Think about how this data translates to Washington County, where community spread is currently ranked substantial, and into elementary schools where a very large portion of the community is not, for obvious reasons, vaccinated. The experts have been clear. The CD recommends that all individuals, regardless of vaccination status, mask indoors in areas where there is at least substantial community spread. Again, Washington County meets that threshold. The American Academy of Pediatrics recommends universal masking in schools as one of several important safety measures to ensure maximum access to in-person learning this fall. And our own health department in Minnesota echoes the CDC in its recommendations. These are the voices we should be listening to when we make policy decisions. This is not a matter of public opinion, but of evidence-driven public health. This move is not without precedent. We've seen several other school districts, including Minneapolis Public Schools, implement this requirement. We've seen prominent businesses, such as the Minnesota Zoo, announce a mandate. Our own county is now requiring employees and visitors wear masks in its facilities. We're not asking you to trailblaze this initiative. Many other entities have already implemented this policy. I want to note that the online learning option, as currently proposed as an alternative to a mask mandate, is unfair to children whose families are trying to do the right thing. We know that without a universal masking policy, many families will not abide by the CDC's, APA's, and MDH's recommendations to wear a mask. For this reason, the children of families that take these recommendations seriously are in an untenable position. Either attend school less safely or attend online and face further isolation and emotional strain. Our children shouldn't be forced to accommodate those who flout public health recommendations and evidence-based practices. It's unfair and frankly unkind. I want to note that whatever the board ultimately decides, I plan to vote in support of the levy this fall. I won't punish our children for perceived policy failures, and I know many others feel the same way. Thank you for your time.
Dawn Best.
Hi, my name is Dion, and I live in Stillwater. This is Nicole. I needed her for moral support, and she has something to say, too.
We'll keep it under 3 minutes.
So I don't have any scientific data. I have a son on the spectrum, and for the last 16 months, he's gotten to go to school, but his interactions with his peers, the emotional learning that he is supposed to be having through his therapy is non-existent. You know, he can't see faces. He is supposed to be learning how to read emotions right now. And I'm in healthcare, and we wear masks every day. And, you know, we're supposed to be doing warm welcomes, and of course we do. And you can see that your eyes smile. You know, they kind of crack. And so people can tell when you're smiling behind a mask. That's what we say. And so you should still continue to, of course, warmly welcome people. But my son can't see that. He doesn't understand that, you know, when somebody smiles behind a mask, that means somebody's happy. He's still trying to understand what a mad face is, what a sad face is, what a happy face, a joyful face, a depressed face, someone who needs help. He's still trying to learn how to empathize with people. And masks have taken that away from him. And I know we're all here to help our children. We all want what's best for them. But this is the greatest experiment, I think, of all time on our children. The young ones, the toddlers who are still trying to understand what a face looks like and what that means. We are neglecting them. This is neglect of children, so.
And I have an article here from the CDC that says that masks are virtually ineffective against transmission of influenza. Also, the COVID deaths have been greatly exaggerated. Patients coming into the hospital with other causes and they are testing positive with COVID are being counted as COVID deaths. Also, I do have a son that is on the spectrum, and he was in your school district for 8 years, and I've chosen to remove him from the school district, and I enrolled him in a charter school next year. And some other parents feel the same way as me, may not have the option to go to a different school, to homeschool, or what have you. So I'm here on behalf of those parents that feel the same way as me. And I don't support any of the CRT. I think that it promotes racism. And I don't want my child to be judging people based on their skin color, quite frankly. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheryl Lisi.
Thank you. My name is Cheryl Lisi. I live in Lake Elmo in the Tri-Lakes area, and I consider it a privilege to be here to speak before you and before the public. I'm here on my first grandson's 9th birthday, and I'm here in his honor because I oppose the mask mandate. And I'll tell you why. It's been a year and a half, a whole school year, basically, where these kids have been jerked around, for lack of a better term. And we can do better than that. You know, I can pull up my facts and the science that I follow, and other people have science that they follow. You know, there's both sides. But I'm here speaking from the heart. I have 12 grandkids in this district who may or may not attend, given what's happening. But I think it's time. The masks were mandated last year. It's time to try, we had states, whole states around us bordering our state who didn't enforce a mask mandate. Check out some of those things maybe. I just think it's cruel to do it to our kids on a number of levels that have already been mentioned, so I won't go into that. Also the levy. I had kids who, my own kids attended the high school, and even back then, there were things that were wrong, and I had hoped that they would be, that our reading proficiencies, for instance, would be being raised, and yet I hear they're still allowing, they're slipping and slipping. I encourage you to work on that, work on the basics. Which brings me to my other point is CRT. I agree with what's been said. It's racism. It's racism relabeled. So please, I oppose the CRT, I oppose the levy, and I oppose the mask mandate. Thank you.
Eric Anderson. Eric.
Eric Anderson, Oak Park Heights. I am here to deliver a collective message of thanks to our recently elected Board of Education members. As this message is collective, I would like to invite those that would like to join me at the podium to do so now. Last November 3rd, our community made it crystal clear that change was needed at the Board of Education table. Annie, Katie, Bev, Allison, and Matt, you were overwhelmingly chosen because of your commitment to recentering students at the forefront of all board decisions. In your short tenures, you have each brought a sense of humility and a servant leadership approach to your work. In discussions with many of the people in the room this evening and within our community, I wanted to highlight and offer gratitude for the following identified leadership qualities that each of you bring to the table. Viewing leadership as an opportunity to serve. Offering unapologetic support for racial and educational equity. Listening actively and deeply to truly understand. Engaging in possibilities and solution-focused thinking. Sharing power and control with others. Supporting professional development as a necessary tool for increasing academic achievement. Stewardship and care of both our fiscal and our human resources. Accountability, yes, but coupled with empathy and compassion during these complex and tumultuous times. And creating opportunities for healing, coupled with a desire to learn and move forward together. Finally, I want to be clear that moving forward is not your charge and your charge alone. Moving forward will require collective mindsets, heart sets, and skill sets that see this moment as a shared opportunity involving shared risks and a shared responsibility. Thank you for your tireless efforts in keeping the main thing, our students, the main thing. Keep going.
Jim Franklin.
Hello, Jim Franklin, West Lakeland, Minnesota. Can you hear me okay? Okay.
As a community member with children no longer in the district, I think it is important to support the education and technology levy on the agenda this evening. This renews and slightly increases the current levy revenue available for the general fund. This is needed to maintain and strengthen public education and the community. The last school board approved a $96,000 letters training program for phonetics specialists and training. We already have phonetics in our elementary curriculum. They chose not to fund, however, this program in the amended budget. They did, however, choose to fund at least $700,000 in legal fees to fire, replace, and buy out administrative personnel. They also paid to have hand-picked consultants whose recommendations they ignored because it did not fit their personal agenda. An absurd use of unapproved funding, in my opinion. They also hand-picked and hired the superintendent of their choice. The current board has only been seated for 6 months. 5 of you were elected by the largest margin seen in at least 20 years. The one incumbent member won election 3 years ago by a fairly significant margin as well. The current board has moved as much as possible to get more money from the general fund used directly in the education of our students, as well as attempting to increase available funds to allocate. The district is taxed with educating students, serving the community, and fairly compensating their employees. I believe you all, in a short time as a board, have demonstrated this with your action and frank open discussion. It is no secret that we are around $200 per $300,000 household below tax value of our nearest comparable school district for funding our general fund. I appreciate your understanding and attempts to be stewards of our finances by making the general fund used in educational improvement purposes. A no vote by a board member on this levy agenda item tonight is simply a vote against public education. It is the recommendation of the current superintendent, the public survey results, and the consultants you hired. Your obligation now as a board member is to put it out to the community. I support this school board. Thank you. Thank you for your tireless efforts. I support strong schools and a strong community. I also support the levy. Thank you.
Delaney Berger.
Thank you. I'm delighted to be over here and to be able to talk to you all. It's a real pleasure. Putting masks on our kids is not something based in science. It's a disservice to our children. They should be able to attend schools without the government pestering them. This should be a parent's choice. Listen. Listen. And if we want to get evidence-based, then let's do that. Okay? The largest study on this was done in Denmark. The Danish randomized control trial on the real-world efficacy of face masks against coronavirus infections. The first of its kind, 6,000 patients. 3,000 decided to go out with a mask, 3,000 decided not to. They followed them for a period of time. The infection rate is no different. You have people citing CDC experts that are not citing the data. Listen to your parents. The death rate among COVID in people under 25 is 1 in 1 million. That is less than the seasonal flu. That is irrefutable. So if you're forcing masks for COVID, you should be forcing masks for the seasonal flu, which means our kids will never be allowed to be free of masks ever. Masking our kids is irrational. And the science backs this up. Debate it with civil discourse, but debate it well. The other controlled study was from Vietnam. 1,600 healthcare workers, where science backs up the fact that folks that were wearing cloth masks got infected at a higher rate than the people wearing medical masks. But the great thing that we took from this is 97% of those particles get through the mask. Yet here we are today discussing this topic as the data somehow leans towards masking our kids. It does not. Recently, Dr. Mark McCary out of Johns Hopkins had an article in the Wall Street Journal, The Case Against Masking for Children, and he brings up some great points. Dr. McCary says we've been acting as if there's no harm in masking our kids. And the reality is 5% of kids have physical and cognitive disabilities. They struggle. 25% of kids wear glasses. They fog up. 40% of anxiety is related to changes in breathing, which we know masks create. You lose the phonetic visualization that's responsible for development of speech. There are other things like dermatology issues. These are a parent's choice. This is massive overreach and it needs to stop. The media, among others, lends it. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate.
Jen Pelletier.
Well, now I'm bending. Okay. Jen Pelletier. Can you hear me? I hope you can. 4884 Lily Avenue North in Lake Elmo. First of all, I want to congratulate you all on your elections. There isn't much tougher work than being on a board of education. Especially during a pandemic, I want to honor each of you and the sacrifices that you're making, all 6 of you. I'm here today to let you know what 834 schools have meant to me as a mother on a personal level. We moved here after 9/11, the Friday after 9/11. It actually spurred me to get heavily involved in the military in Lake Elmo. It's something I'm very proud of and I care deeply for. Whether it was the family community within the walls of Lake Elmo Elementary and the staff that loved my kids despite the crazy things they did, I happen to have a Lake Elmo Elementary tree climber with me in this audience. I won't say who it was, but she did get in trouble quite a bit. I now have 2 adult daughters. One of them is a tree climber. One will be a systems and industrial engineer. The other is on a path to occupational therapy. They were inspired by countless teachers in this district. My youngest son, he's much older now, not much, a little bit. Still a little immature here and there, and I know he's watching, and I'm sorry, I love you. He already speaks of the impact that the staff has had on him, and the coaches, and the principals. For that, I am eternally, eternally grateful. It hasn't all been rosy in this district, but I will tell you what, the pride I have for this place has never, ever waned, even in the toughest of times, and we're certainly in them now, aren't we? I bring you to the main thing. I fervently support this levy. I'd like to show you my support by telling you a story. In a previous professional life, I became acquainted with the head of marketing in a district in the west suburbs. And I'm gonna be honest, they're arch rivals, and I wanna beat them badly in all sports at all times. I'm just gonna be honest. I asked her how they're so successful in the passage of bonds and levies. Her answer was, and I quote, because we know who we are, we know why we're here, and we're not afraid to ask, and we're not afraid to fight for our kids. I absolutely know that these are tough times, but I want you to know how strongly I feel about this for our children. I'm going off script a little bit because I'm a little upset about the strong feelings that I hear in the room, and yet I do sincerely respect them all. Maybe we want to remember that we're all neighbors, we're all ponies. We might see some friends at the grocery store or at a restaurant or I simply don't know what, but we're all in this together. Let's fight together for our children. Thank you so very much for your service, and I'd like to thank you very much to this community for supporting me in my 4 years of service to this district. Thank you.
I'd like to thank everyone who spoke tonight. I have been on this board since January, and there are many times that we didn't have any speakers, and now we have a full room. And I am so grateful that this discourse has been so civil tonight. And I encourage you to contact us by email if you didn't get to speak tonight. and let us know your thoughts. If you're concerned about the mask situation, we will probably be taking a vote on that next week. So there's still time for you to let us know what you think. So please do. We appreciate hearing from our community, and thank you again. Okay, the next item on our agenda is the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Chair Petrie and board directors. First, I'd like to make a quick introduction for those of you that have not met him, but Caleb Drexler Booth is our new Director of Teaching and Learning. He's coming to us from a few school districts, from Farmington, Centennial, and North St. Paul, Oakdale, Maplewood, and we are very, very happy to have him here. So welcome, Caleb. Okay, bus information will be emailed to families on Wednesday, August 18th. The email will include bus stop location as well as pickup and drop-off times. Buildings will receive final bus lists on Wednesday, August 25th. For your reference, on the first week of school. If you have any questions, please contact the district. Stillwater Area High School students are promoting their inclusion revolution to teachers across the Midwest. Members of the Ponies Trust Club, True Respect Unifies Together, spoke at the Phi-Ed Connections Conference held at Stillwater Area High School earlier this month. The Professional Development Conference attracts hundreds of physical education teachers from around the region, and Trust Club members and their buddies talked about how the group bring together students with and without disabilities using the power of Special Olympics. Many say the experience has been life-changing for them. And 2021 graduate Jacob Helke donated $3,000 to the Stillwater Area High School program. Thank you, Jacob. Near the end of the school year, Jacob came to a teacher's office and said he had an idea and he wanted to see if it would be possible. Choir had been so important for him from middle school through high school. It is where he made his very first best friends, and he wanted to do something to give back to the program that has meant so much to him. Thank you again. U.S. Secretary of Education Miguel Cardona wants all schools this year to lead with a clear focus on health and safety, student well-being, and academic acceleration as students return to classrooms nationwide. As part of the roadmap, he outlined 3 landmark priorities for the fall. The landmark priorities are: 1, prioritize the health and safety of students, school personnel, and families. 2, build school communities and support students' social, emotional, and mental health. And 3, accelerate academic achievement. And as you prepare for the upcoming school year, the Minnesota Department of Revenue would like our help informing families about 2 state tax benefits: the Minnesota K-12 Education Credit and the K-12 Education Subtraction. Many families do not know about or take advantage of these valuable tax benefits. These benefits can reduce families' income taxes and increase tax refunds if they save the receipts for their children's qualifying education-related expenses. If you need more information, you can contact us. And finally, literacy is a topic of many important conversations taking place locally and across the state and nation, particularly in the midst of the COVID pandemic. Many of us have concerns about the long-term effects of pandemic learning on our youngest students, especially at those critical times when they're developing the foundational skills of reading, writing, and mathematics. We all understand how vital it is for students to know how to read. Teaching kids this essential skill is a responsibility we take very seriously as a school district. Even before the pandemic, reading proficiency at all levels has been a challenge across the country. This past year and a half has added to the challenge, and we need to work even more creatively and collaboratively to address our students' needs. We have worked with a committee of staff, community members, and parents to identify an area we recognized needs improvement, and we set a realistic goal, a first step towards growth. The real strength of the goal is that it recognizes an area of improvement and allows us to dedicate time and resources on it. We have a solid plan to improve reading proficiency, and it's focused on catching kids at those critical moments in kindergarten and first grade and giving them the best instruction possible. We're working with each of our teachers to ensure they have the skills they need
to teach reading and fully utilize all of the resources we have available. And we're using some federal funding to provide students who are struggling most with outside tutors to help them catch up. Ultimately, we will not be satisfied until every child in our schools is a proficient and confident reader. And that is going to require the support of our community. We need volunteers to read with kids. We need concerned citizens to lobby the state legislature for funding to support literacy initiatives. And we'll need levy dollars this fall to help us maintain teachers and invest in quality learning for our kids. It's my hope that improving literacy is something our entire community can rally around, and that together we can make a difference for all of our kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Lansfeld. Next item on our agenda is the consent agenda. A is minutes of the July 22nd closed meeting. B is minutes of the July 22nd business meeting. C, minutes of August 5th closed meeting. D is the disbursement register. E is the agreement to provide special education and related staffing, Northeast Metro 916. F is contract for services with Accurate Healthcare. G, Wold Architects and Engineers, Professional Services. H, repair and replacement of interactive displays. And I is the Human Resources Personnel Report. Can I get a motion to accept the consent agenda? Director Sherman, is there a second? Director Onken.
I'd like to pull D.
Okay. Disbursement register, anything else? Okay, let's get a motion, let's just discuss disbursement.
Sure, I just have something to say. I will probably be abstaining from this vote. There are many transactions that are listed in the disbursement register under long-term facilities maintenance, and while I approve these projects, summer projects that are all now coming through, it was described at that time as long-term facilities maintenance projects. And I've since learned that they were plucked from the CDT plan, which was to be presented to and asked of the community. And because of the lateness of receiving information and the inability to sort through these items before tonight's meeting, I will need to abstain. I've learned from past experience not to vote on items that I have not been able to thoroughly explore. There was a policy in place, 721.1, that was beneficial for this purpose, but you revoked it. So that's all I have.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Abstention? Okay, great. So motion passes. Thank you. All right, we move on to reports. A is back to school update. Superintendent Lansfeld.
Hey, thank you, Chair Petrie and Board Directors. It is a very busy time of year, and there's a lot going on. We would like to provide some updates for you and for our families. Back to school dates that we would want to note. Monday, August 30th, that is the first day of school for grades 6 and 9. August 30th through September 2nd, we will be scheduling and holding Ready, Set, Go conferences with our K through 5 families. If families the week before school have not heard from the school, or if they have questions, need to make different arrangements, please contact your individual school and they can accommodate your concerns and needs and requests. Tuesday, August 31st will be the first day of school for grades 7 through 8 and 10 through 12. And Tuesday, September 7th, after the Ready, Set, Go conference week, we will have the first day of school for grades pre-K through 5. So please take note of that. If anyone needs help finding the family calendars on our website, they can call in or email our comments desk, and we will help you find those because there are some different dates. Next, we have a COVID-19 update. If you take a look at this map, it's from the, I believe it's from the Mayo Clinic, and it shows COVID-19 hot spots and where masks are recommended. If you can see that circle, that is Washington County. They have 4 different areas that they look at with low, moderate, substantial, and high. Currently, our county is at substantial. As of August 8th, we were at 82.3 out of 100,000. Between 50 and 99.9 is substantial, and according to Washington County Health Department, it is on a trajectory going up, and it continues to move. Okay, right here is a picture of the Delta variant that's been out in the news a lot, and we're seeing that locally. It's much, much more contagious. When the governor visited our schools a couple of weeks ago, he spoke to this and mentioned that in a room of 100, you might get 10 to 20 people exposed to it. Now with the Delta variant, it's closer to 80, 90% plus. It just is highly transmissible. Okay? And with that, we are looking at masking. Right now, masks are required on all public transportation, including our school buses. And administration, we will be recommending a universal indoor masking required. We're changing this from recommended to required for all students, adults, everyone in pre-K through 8, regardless of vaccination status, effective Monday, August 30th. There are exemptions, mask exemptions that are available for medical conditions, disabilities, and other sensory issues. So the board, we're asking you to take action on a resolution at our special session on August 19th. And just to let you know, we've been watching this summer. We did have some summer programming where we had fully vaccinated staff coming back positive. And just today we had a program, a child's program within our district that within the cohort, more than 5% came back positive. That's 4 out of 20, and we had to shut it down for quarantining and testing. So we have seen that come up. Okay. And with this, I will turn this slide over to Director Cherry.
Thank you, Superintendent, Board Chair, Board Directors. Some of the safety measures we have in place, this will look very familiar. A lot of this is carryover. Safety measures such as hand washing and hand sanitizing stations will continue to be in practice and available in all of our schools. Masking is required on all school buses, all public transportation. And as you just heard, we are also reviewing additional masking requirements. We are promoting physical distancing whenever possible, and also going to be cleaning services on a daily basis. We will continue the increased ventilation services that we put in place last year. And at this time, we're recommending no visitors or field trips in the K through 5 schools. And that would just be for first trimester. And we would continue to review that on an ongoing basis and likely make some changes or accommodations to that as soon as we see the community spread or the community case levels decrease. And so how will we keep our students and staff safe? Again, hygiene, hand hygiene, looking at face coverings. Our staff is very supportive of universal masking. Physical distancing as much as possible. We will have all of our students back in school, and so we will not be able to require the 6 foot or the 3 foot of distancing at all times, but we will try to maintain as much physical distance as possible. The daily cleaning is a little bit of a scale back from what we had in place last year when we were doing touch point cleaning 3 times per day. What we've learned is the new science is that this is really a respiratory illness that we're dealing with, and it's not so much as transmission that happens on surfaces. But we will continue that daily cleaning, ensure that high touch point areas are disinfected. Again, the ventilation, we put that in practice last year, and we're going to continue to do that. And then looking at trying to keep our kids safe and limiting exposure, limiting those visitors, at least as we start off the school year.
Can I just jump in for just a minute? The main reasons why we're putting into place and continuing these safety measures We want to be proactive, we want to be preventative, and three main reasons: we want to keep everybody safe, we want to keep our school doors open to all of our kids. We know how critical that is from last year when we had to do distance and hybrid learning models. And we want to keep students in the classrooms learning. So this is why we are moving forward with these safety measures and mitigation strategies.
Looking at handling positive COVID cases in our schools, this year, we do not anticipate we will have the same mandates that we had in place last year with our Safe Schools plan. However, we do have guidance from the Department of Health, and there are a few things that we are required to do if a positive case shows up in our schools. The first one is individuals who test positive will need to stay home. They will need to stay home for at least 10 days and not return to school until they are symptom-free. We ask anyone who is COVID positive to inform the school and report that to the nurse's office. We are required,
Can I just ask, so if a positive case, it's 10 days, do they have the option to come back early if they test? I think that was going on at the end of last year.
Yeah, I'll talk a little bit about that decision tree as well. And so the requirement that we are, as a school district, responsible for is to report any positive case that is present in our school to the Department of Health. And so we will continue to do that. And we will also notify the families who have been in proximity to a positive case so that they're aware that that has happened. Now, last year, we had some very stringent rules around quarantining, and this really hit us hard in terms of being able to keep our doors open and have the capacity to continue with school. This year, there are some different responsibilities and guidelines that we're following. These are changing. What we know today is that the guidelines indicate that if an individual who was within 6 feet for 15 minutes or more would not need to quarantine if both individuals are wearing masks that are well-fitting. So that is a significant difference from last year. These guidelines are changing quickly. What we know today that quarantining is not required. That's not something that is our responsibility as a school district to quarantine students, but we would be responsible for notifying the families. The other important thing to note is that the decision tree, where we make a decision of the recommendations to quarantine, is being updated as we speak. We thought that that would be out earlier this week, and we just have not seen the updated guidelines from the Department of Health yet. And so, Director Sherman, that is right back at your question about being able to test and come back.
I don't want to interrupt your presentation, but I just want to make sure I'm clear because it is changing, like you said. So the district we don't have to quarantine, we only recommend quarantine.
We recommend.
Okay, and then, so the quarantine would be, I mean, if you stay home, they recommend 10 days for a positive case, but it's all again.
I'm sorry, the person who's COVID positive is quarantined. I mean, that person needs to stay out.
Perfect, that person that's a
Yes.
quarantine, stay out for 10 days, but close contacts.
Close contacts
All
is
of
the
that
part
is
where
now
we
recommended.
need to inform our families, and those are the guidelines that are continuing to be updated. We do not have the same safe learning plan in place that we had last year, where we were required as a school district to quarantine students.
Okay.
We were required to provide that information to families and not allow students in our buildings.
Okay, so now it's only the positive, and then it's mask or not mask, depending on the decision that the board makes, that it would all be option, the quarantine. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And again, you've mentioned it earlier, things keep changing. We will try to really communicate with our families, and we are still waiting for the state to send out an updated universal decision tree for us.
But the recommendation at this point in time is that close contacts would self-quarantine, that they would consider testing, and they would monitor themselves closely if any symptoms were to arise. And stay home if they're sick. That's going to be a
Yeah,
big
and
one.
that's another, I'd just like to add, there are other illnesses, viruses out there, and we are asking if you're sick with anything, we need you to stay home. For everybody during this time, that's critical.
What about exposed and vaccinated? Will they still quarantine? Would you still require them to be quarantined, or you expect them to come back to school?
We would expect them to come back to school. Yep, but again, watch for symptoms, encourage testing. I'm going to ask that the next 3 slides be reserved until we provide the report F on online learning.
Okay. So we are going to be promoting vaccines for our students and staff. All of our staff have had a lot of opportunities for vaccines, but we will continue to promote it. We do have a significant amount of students 12 and up that are getting vaccines within our county, and we hope that that continues. So in our newsletters, we will be sending out information for that. So please go to our district website to learn more about the vaccination opportunities. Okay, transportation, that has been a big topic in our district and our state and nationwide. We have a national bus driver shortage, and this may result in delays getting students to and from school. We did send out a communication to parents letting them know that this might be the case. We'll continue to communicate with families, especially the first few weeks of school with all of the routing. And we right now know that there's a bus driver shortage. We're working closely with our bus company, MTN. We want to see them succeed and be successful and have enough staff. But just as a backup, we will be going out for a request for quotes for other companies to possibly take over some of the routes to help support our needs. We'll be providing more information on that next week. And again, we want to have that backup plan. We want to communicate with families, and there is a shortage of drivers. There's a shortage actually of a lot of educational staff this year, and we'll continue to work with the bus company.
All staff, even truck drivers.
Yes. Okay. Again, just a quick reminder that we do have free meals for all of our students again this year. It's a USDA program, and we are very thankful for it. Many families took advantage of this last year, and we served literally hundreds of thousands of free meals. And we know that when students are hungry, they're not learning, so happy to have this program back with us. And then with that, we are encouraging families to sign up for educational benefits. It's more than just a free lunch. Yes, there's free lunch, but please fill out those forms. There's all sorts of discounts, reduced costs for field trips, athletics, clubs, programs. Please fill that out. If you need help with it, contact your school office, and they can help you through that process. But again, there's a lot of advantages and benefits by filling that out. And then, just as I mentioned earlier, we need help. We need you. We are looking for bus drivers and monitors, before and after school staff to care for our children in those programs, cafeteria, custodians, nurses, paraprofessionals, pony activity center, and substitute teachers. We have a place for you. It's a great place to work. I think if you talk to any of our staff members, they could attest to that, and I think we have some of the cutest kids out there. We love having you there. So please apply if you are interested in that. And with that, we're open for questions.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent Lansfeld. Are there questions?
Quick one.
Director Sherman?
I was just, if you are quarantined, if you're the positive case right now, what is the at-home experience looking like? Just for parents, I get that question a lot. Like,
That's a great question. Thank you, Director Sherman. It will be like last year. We have the Schoology They won't have synchronous learning with their teacher, but they should all be familiar with the online program. If they're new, we'll walk them through that, but we'll have the math, the reading, all of the main subjects and their assignments on there. And so support will be there for that.
Director Riley.
So I think I have a lot of questions, I really do, and so I'll see what I can get through, and then please interrupt me if somebody else has something else. The universal decision tree, is that a mandated decision tree, or is that an opt-in?
The decision tree is published by the Minnesota Department of Health, and it provides guidance. For us as a school district, we are required to provide information to families that would be in alignment with that decision tree matrix. But as for our part in requiring an individual to stay out, that is really up to the individual family as it pertains to certain items. So for example, first item on the decision tree is if you feel sick. We are going to encourage anyone who has major symptoms or minor symptoms to stay home. We want sick people to stay home.
Right. I guess I don't need all of the details on that. I just want to know what the requirements are versus the recommendations are and what we must do compared to what we opt to do. And so that is my question. The decision tree that we utilized that put us under last year, we don't have to follow it to the extent we followed it last year. Is that what I'm understanding?
That's correct. So we will not be responsible for telling students if they have been in a close contact that they must stay home if,
Okay.
yeah.
If we want to go to the masking, face coverings, why is a recommendation not strong enough at this time?
Well, the CDC, the MDH, our Washington County Health Department, they are strongly recommending us to move that way. Washington County Health Department has moved, all of the county buildings are now requiring masks. You can see masks out in buildings more and more. Our youngest learners have not had the opportunity to be vaccinated, 12 and under. A lot of them are vulnerable, and we are seeing the spread go up to substantial within our county, and that is very concerning. We want to be preventative, we want to be proactive, and that will be our recommendation.
So of that, on the CDC site and MDH and what they're recommending, of that, what long-term double-blind peer-reviewed gold standard studies were used showing the safety and effectiveness of masks in children? Do you know?
I don't know the details, I don't have that in front of me, but it's what the CDC is highly recommending right now is the masking.
Would you be open to looking at those if I send you some?
Yes, and I might have already read it, I just don't have it in front of me. We've been receiving a lot of emails, and we're trying to read through everything we receive.
What standard of mask are you requiring?
We have school-issued masks if students don't have them. And I believe we have, let me pull this up here. I might have this in front of me. Let's see. I have it here, it's just not in front of me, but there's a standard that we have that we will put out on our website.
Cloth mask?
If I can pull it up. I just don't have it in front of me right now.
Okay. Because as we know, Osterholm himself states that only the N95 work to stop transmission. And it seems like we're kind of picking and choosing CDC
I know we're not going to be requiring specifically that mask,
Okay, okay.
but it has to be well-fitted.
So what happens when a student or staff member declines to adhere to the face recommendations?
We'll follow up with our district policies and guidelines.
Director Riley, can I just get some of the other board members involved here? Director Hockert.
Thank you. So what I'm hearing from the presentation is that our administration is really trying to create recommend a system to keep kids in school. It sounds like we're deciding, we're going back, everybody's going back full-time 5 days a week. We're not doing hybrid. We are hopefully looking at an online option, which we need to flesh out a little bit more. But we are trying to get our kids back in school full-time. And it looks like with cases rising, there is a challenge in that, especially at elementary and middle school levels, that we have a lot of unvaccinated kids kids just simply can't get the option to get vaccinated right now. So I see that you guys are trying to create a structure in place to keep our kids in school, because we don't want outbreaks. We don't want to have to massively quarantine our kids. And I very much appreciate that that is the direction that we're heading. I guess my big question is, at what point and if this is part of the decision tree, at what point do we pull back? Can we see ourselves going back to a recommendation for masks at some point? Or is this a decision for the rest of the year, or is that part of the decision tree?
We would like to continually look at the data. We're looking at the county health data. Goes back to the scalpel approach with the state. It's not just one set framework or way, because there's so many pieces of data. It's the rate of transmission, the spread. Is it in the county? Is it in a school? Is it in a classroom? So we really need to look at the data, but we'll be watching the low, moderate, substantial, and high. And right now, we are at substantial, and the trajectory is going up. They're expecting it to hit that high mark. This is why we're concerned, but we'll continue to watch that. This week, we will be meeting tomorrow with our COVID internal committee and representatives from all of our employee groups to review all of our recommendations, safety measures, mitigation strategies. And then we'll be sending out this information as well to our community COVID group. We have a wonderful group of people that have strong professional backgrounds in the medical field, health professions. They will review that information too, and then together we can make these decisions, because they're complex decisions to be making. Also, we know and are hoping that the vaccine for 12 and under will come out midwinter. And they are saying it will most likely be rolled out in stages. It's not set yet, but possibly 8 through 12-year-olds first, and then maybe 5 through 7-year-olds. So they're still deciding how they can do that in a manner that's going to get through kids as quick as possible. And then we do know that this is very difficult for families, whether some families that are concerned about masking, or some families are concerned about the not masking. We're trying to offer an option for online learning to try and be flexible to meet those needs, and we'll be discussing that later during this meeting.
As a follow-up to Director Hockert's question, you are not recommending masks in the high school. And I guess I'm assuming that that is because those students have the opportunity to be vaccinated. So can we conclude then that once younger students have the opportunity to be vaccinated, that this mask requirement might be lifted?
Yes, and we will continually to reassess the data. The reason why 7th and 8th grade students that are older than 12 will be included in this required mask mandate is because we have 6th graders in the school, and many of them are not yet 12. Okay, and we're thinking about the safety and consistency for them.
Director Sherman.
I just, we mentioned all the different ways that we're kind of trying to safeguard, whether it's, the cleaning or the social distancing or just all the things that you do in the classroom. Can you talk a little bit about, will there be any special procedures anymore for, I think of the times when everyone's coming in at once, or unloading buses, for example. I mean, are we going to stick to, was there something being done last year that we'll continue to do, or are we kind of looking at those high risk maybe times where
we've been reviewing, that's a great question too. We've been reviewing all of our mitigation strategies, physical distancing, lunchroom, classroom, hallways, looking at music. The music teachers are meeting, and they did a phenomenal job last year with their programming and safety measures. So yes, we're putting together, well, we have a document with all of that put together, but we do want to take it out to have feedback, to poke holes in it. That's why we're taking it out to our committees to provide input.
So we'll kind of see all of that then, because I'm just kind of curious with lunch times, are people, I don't know if kids are, eating in a lunchroom or if they're being staggered or
Yeah,
how
for
that's all
instance, at the elementary school will be eating in areas by classroom. They'll have assigned seats, and then we'll try and separate the classrooms as much as possible. We do have different sizes of cafeterias, but they're working on that. At the middle schools, they're trying to provide some extra time, extra space. At the high school, they'll be running a regular lunch, but they are providing a lot of extra spaces for students to eat so they can spread out as well.
Director Barbani.
Thank you, Chair Petrie. Just for clarification's sake, will the mask requirement that you mandate in be from K to?
Pre-K through 8th grade.
Pre-K through 8th grade? All right, so if I'm clear, the process is really a precautionary measure to mitigate the risk. Because if we look at last year, and if we look at those that have been vaccinated and the number that is actually in place right now, you will see a correlation between vaccination and the numbers that we have in terms of the lower numbers. However, I personally think the decision tree, it's quite fluid. These things change frequently. And the process right now, it's a short term, if I want to believe, I mean, if we look at what's going on, it may or may not be a short term process in terms of the requirement for masking, because we don't want to go back to what happened to us last year, where a lot of families will now have to stay home and will have to look for other measures. It's extremely it's a burden on not only the teachers, but on parents and as well as the school system. So it's quite fluid in terms of what may or may not happen. We don't know, but these are precautionary measures. Short term, to prevent what happened to us last year, as against not doing what we're required to do to mitigate those risks and have those things come back. So talking about the decision tree, it's probably just a guidance. It's really a guidance to support the schools in terms of how they operate and how they can provide those opportunities to families or even directives for them to be able to carry out those actions. So my hope is that, families will see this as a precautionary measures that may not last as long, but really help to mitigate a lot of the risk factors that we faced last year, so we don't face the same risk factors and go back to square one, which will impact gravely on our budgets. And of course, we talk about student achievement. It will definitely clean out whatever achievement we've had if we continue this way in 2 years. So my hope is that families will see that. It's not a long-term thing. We're hoping that with more children being vaccinated, it will be more of a short-term measure where really if you're vaccinated, even if you have a breakthrough situation, it's not as dangerous as those who are not vaccinated. So I hope that we'll see it as a short-term precautionary measure to help prevent some of the things that might happen if we don't.
Yeah, and I would also like to add that we are also still highly recommending wearing a mask at the secondary level at the high school, because we know that even though you've been vaccinated or even though you had COVID, you can be a carrier and still be transmitting that. And so we have, again, had positive cases with staff that have been fully vaccinated, so we know what can happen, and we just really want to take that precaution and encourage people to mask up.
Okay. Director Riley.
Again, I want to know a little bit more about the refusal to mask and what the repercussions would be to students and staff on that. You say you would go to policy, but I'm not quite sure what that means.
Yeah, and I would really like to say we will work with families. If there's a concern, we do have the mask exemption form, because we do know that not all students can wear masks. There are sensory issues, there are medical issues, there are disabilities. And so if a family has a concern at all, I would encourage them to contact their school's principal, the health office, and we can walk them through that and help them, because We do know that.
That was my next question. Do you consider the parents to be qualified as the authority in the child's medical health and disabilities and mental health and developmental health? Are they qualified to write the exemption?
Not at this time. We've asked for medical professionals, but we also have students that have IEPs or in special ed, and I would recommend that they work with their case managers and team to work through that. We're here to work with families, and again, please contact the school and let's see what we can do to work together.
So then they would need to incur medical expenses in order to get a mask exemption?
And if that's an issue or if that's a roadblock, we have student advocates at the elementary school that can help them with that. There are resources out there.
Is there going to be singing?
I'm sorry?
Is there going to be singing in elementary schools?
Well, we are going to have the music teachers as a group come together, and we will be working with them to see what mitigation strategies we need. We'll work with the county health department and look at the state recommendations as well.
So what does that mean at the board table then? I mean, what if I show up without a mask?
I would hope that I could meet with you and work with you, and we can come up with a solution.
We're not K through 8.
Yeah, but all people in the buildings too. I don't know.
So, quick,
Let's, Director
sorry.
Carbini.
Yeah, quick question here. Will this be applied in all spaces, both leased and owned, in terms of masking for our students and teachers, including the buses?
Yeah, buses are required at all levels, and that's just all public transportation, airplanes, buses, trains, it's required right now.
Okay.
But within our school buildings. Okay, and back, if I can just comment on the mask requirement, we do have available masks that will be available for people, and if it's a child, we can work with parents to come up with that solution again.
So so we're all required to wear masks as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear. All right.
Okay, so now, I'm sorry.
Director Sherman.
I'm just confused. Okay, so if we, and I mean, I'm just asking different scenarios, right? Because it's all new. It's all like, how are we going to do this? But I suppose maybe the difference is children could come to this meeting. But for example, I mean, we're recommending if you're older than 9th grade that you wear a mask. You're not recommending that we mandate that. So if you're vaccine eligible, with the exception of 7th and 8th grade.
Can I just interject? So that's in all pre-K through 8 school buildings. So that is because we know we have children present. So that, I think, is a bit of a difference in the question you just asked. Yes, if any of us were to walk into one of our elementary schools, we would be.
Because everyone does.
Yes.
Okay. But here, we would fall under the we're of age and.
And have the potential to be vaccinated and,
Potential to be
yes.
vaccinated, okay. And then, so you would be, just to follow up on what Director Riley said, so can people start calling, would it be smart to have that paperwork if you have a medical exemption, if you have an IEP case, to start that now? I mean, are there people available that you can reach out to?
Yeah, I would start with the health office at the schools. Email, call, you can call the main office and they can connect you with the health office. And that would be the best place.
Just so families can have that kind of lined up sooner rather than later if there's a medical exemption or.
Yes.
I have one last question.
Director Riley.
I'm just gonna, be kind of frank here that our neighboring competitors are not enforcing masks or the quarantining and such. Are you not concerned that you're gonna have more student loss by mandating rules instead of recommendations above families? Because ultimately, families and parents want the best for their children, and the option is for people to wear a mask if they so choose. I don't think it's beneficial to our district to enforce a mandate of such. I think it is a better option to let parents, with their own integrity, make those choices and what's best for their children. Us ourselves, we're already fighting a skin condition, a bacterial infection on the face from being subjected to wearing it during sports. Won't clear. It's not healthy. And, science shows that it's transmissible through cloth masks. So I just don't understand the value of putting a mandate on students in our building when the option is there for those, if they're uncomfortable, to be able to wear it. We have policies in place to protect against bullying and all these other, things that we talk about at board meetings and how we treat one another and to respect each other. I would just assume we leave this as a recommendation and enforce policies that we already have in place, so.
Okay. The reasons why we're doing this, I'll reiterate, is for safety and prevention. It's for keeping our doors open because that just does not help our students. I have families that experienced multiple quarantine times, and that was really a detriment to a child's learning, as well as the student learning. We need to keep kids in classrooms. We need to keep them learning. We are trying to provide options, such as a possible online program, so families do have options. And again, I will go back to, if there's a concern about that, we really want to work with families, whether they can, if they do have an issue or concern, we really want to work with families.
Any other questions or comments? I would, oh, sorry.
Yep.
Director Sherman.
Can you talk a little bit, I think one, as I make this decision, one thing that, and I'm thinking through kind of all the different factors here, and it's certainly, I'll just be candid, it's gonna be a lose-lose decision on this board because the community is split. Our emails kind of represent that split. Can I just ask that the community, I really want to hear from you, and I would be happy to meet with you. We're trying to conduct a business meeting, so please, I'm just asking you to respect open forum. Thank you. I just lost my train of thought. I just want to make sure that if the worst case happens, it's a lose-lose, because quite honestly, any decision we're going to, frustrate people who have very split opinions on this issue. For me, I guess my guidepost is going to be what is going to be the best decision to keep our kids learning and in schools, because we know that that's the number one correlation for me with improving student achievement. And so that's why I'm asking questions like, if this decision were to pass, that there are options for exemptions, that there are social and emotional reasons why children would be able to qualify for those exemptions, and so I want to put that out there. And then also, I don't want this to be, if it is something that passes, I don't want it to be permanent. I really do want to see a decision tree with when something would change and why that would go back. And then lastly, one factor that influences me is our ability that if we had some kind of outbreak to go into distance learning, knowing kind of where our technology is at. I have concerns about being able to transfer our school, our learning to, if we had to go to an online. And is that something that you can maybe elaborate on or share? If you have those concerns, are my concerns maybe not warranted?
I will have Director Perry maybe speak to that a little bit in our upcoming presentation.
Okay, that would be great, because it does impact me, how we are with distance.
Yeah, and I would just like to say, Director Sherman, it is very divided, it is very split, this is difficult. I know from the sheer number of emails that we've been receiving from both sides of this, the masking or not to mask. We are, at least I am reading every single email, but I am not able to personalize the emails that I would like to do just because of the sheer numbers, but I know we are reading them and appreciate the community input, feedback, and engagement.
Absolutely, I appreciate it, and the documentation that's shared, it's really helpful.
Director Parmani.
Thank you. I personally don't want to put any pressure on you because I know you have to follow due process. And a lot of the directions that you get comes from the Department of Health. I work for the state. We get the same directions from the governor's office and the Department of Health. With respect to the decision tree, I have a decision tree as well. A lot of it is guidance from the state. If they had the power to make a difference, they would have actually done theirs, without following those guidelines. But there are liabilities in terms of not following those guidelines. And exposure to liability is the implication of a child dying. And if a child dies and the parent sues, that's going to be an implication, not just on the district, but all of us. So our hope is, not to you, but our hope is that this situation is temporary, it's short-term. But we know that you have to follow due process. And that due process is what they're following. And I really, really am hoping that, as things progress and we take those precautionary measures, that we will mitigate the risk, that will allow us, take whatever it is that we're providing right now in terms of mandates, we will be able to shorten that process. That's my hope.
Okay. So we are going to be making a decision on this next week at our August 19th meeting. I know that it's possible that a lot could change just in that 1 week because there is just, this is a fast-moving situation. So, I would encourage everyone to contact us, and, it's true, I read all those there were a lot of emails that came in today, a lot. And I do read every single one. I may not be able to respond with a personalized note to every one, but, I do appreciate them. I read them. We do consider them. And we have another week, to consider this situation, and we'll make a decision on August 19th. So thank you, Superintendent Lansfeld and your team for coming forward with this information, and I'm sure if we have more questions, we know where you are. Thank you. All right, the next item on our agenda is the first policy reading of Policy 210, Conflict of Interest, and Policy 201.5, Conflict of Interest. Dr. Cherry?
Thank you, Chair Petrie, Board Director, Superintendent Lansfeld. An update from our policy working group is that we have begun to review the 200 series policies, and there was a little bit of discussion about this at the work session. This evening, we'll be talking about the first that we're ready to move forward for your first reading, and this is a pretty simple one. We have two policies on our books that are titled Conflict of Interest. The first is Policy 210, and the second is Policy 201.5. They are fairly similar. Policy 210 is presented with very minor format changes. There's no language changes. It's really just an outline, numbering, suggested updates there. And what we will be doing moving forward is asking to revoke Policy 201.5, again, being that it is redundant. So at this time, we are looking for input from the board and from the community, and this is considered a first read of our conflict of interest policy. And with that, I'm open for any questions you may have, but this is just a reading at this time.
Questions, comments? Okay, we'll move on to the next item then. This is the second policy reading for Policy 731, Post-Issuance Debt Compliance. Dr. Cherry.
Yes, this is a new policy for our school district. So this is the wrap-up of some of the 700 series policies that we have been working on for quite some time. As Director Hockert mentioned earlier, 6 months. Not quite that long, but pretty close. This is a new policy for us. It's called the Post-Issuance Debt Compliance Policy. There have been no changes since our first reading at the last board meeting. And this is considered the second reading of this policy. At this time, we're asking for any board or community input at this time.
Okay, any questions or comments? Okay, thank you, Dr. Cherry. We move on to the next item under reports, which is renew district memberships. The district has several memberships in organizations that help both the district and the board carry on its work. And the memberships that we are recommending that the district have this year are the Minnesota School Boards Association. The membership fee for that is $14,727. The Minnesota State High School League, which has no fee, and the Association of Metropolitan School Districts for $11,328. The Minnesota School Boards Association is one that provides a tremendous amount of background information and training for board members. You know, they also provide, you know, in some cases, some legal guidance. And I have found it personally to be a very valuable organization for me as a new school board member. The Association of Metropolitan School Districts is one that helps to represent school boards at the legislature and provides other kinds of information that, you know, it's just good to be part of an association of other districts so we can share information. One of the memberships that we decided not to renew this year is Schools for Equity. Schools for Equity and Education,
Educational
yes.
equity.
And although it's a fabulous organization and we've been a member of that group for a number of years, we felt as though some of the services that it provided were very similar to the Association of Metropolitan School Districts. And we just decided that that was an opportunity for us to save a little bit of money. That was about $10,000. So we will bring this to the board for a vote at our next meeting. Are there any questions or comments? Director Hockert.
I guess I just have a comment on MSBA. As I work in the policy, as a policy chair, I very much value their model policies that we use quite frequently as a place to go for formatting and legal expertise, and also their services of monitoring the state statutes that a lot of those policies are based on. So I see value from a policy perspective in definitely keeping up with MSBA. And I've also attended all 4 of their leadership conferences, I guess, virtual conferences, and have found those all as helpful in getting onboarded as a new school board member, because they don't exactly teach you how to do this in school. So it's nice to have an association to give you some guidance on what governance of a school district actually looks like.
Okay.
Can I just ask, just a comment?
Director Sherman.
Yeah, with C being excluded, is that something, I'm assuming staff supported that and that was done with their guidance and?
It was actually a recommendation by staff.
Perfect.
Director Riley.
I actually prefer C. That's the organization that I attended. I thought it represented our district a little better than AMSD, even though AMSD is a good organization as well. I don't see us having the same interest as Minneapolis or St. Paul or the big inner city districts. I see us a little bit different geographically. And it's less expensive, and they really offer similar services. So I would rather see C on there than that. And as far as the Minnesota School Boards Association, there's something that it's interesting because with the dollar amount, $14,700, I know there's one district that is not participating, but they have a pretty high rate of opt-ins, and it's not a mandatory membership that we hold. I would be real curious to know, with the things that Katie is talking about using it for, what the cost of our own legal would be instead of going through MSBA. Because then again, I just feel like we're getting to be a one unified Minnesota school district instead of Stillwater area public schools. And if it was our own lawyers that were double checking and going over language and of such, it would be hours. And so I would be curious to know what that cost would be compared to the membership fee of MSBA. Just a thought.
Okay, thank you. Well, this will come up for a vote at next meeting, so we can have more discussion about it at that time. Okay, the next item on our agenda is clinical services agreement for physical therapy services. Really?
Good evening. Chair Petrie, Superintendent Lansfeld, and members of the board. This evening, I am presenting a clinical services agreement with Courage Kinney Rehabilitation Institute, which is part of the Allina Health Network, for physical therapist services. Based on the IEP identified physical therapy needs of students within the district with disabilities, and within the district staffing parameters that we've established, the services identified in this agreement are required to meet the student needs. The majority of our PT services are provided to children and families in our birth to 3-year-old early childhood special ed programming. It's about 70% of these services are for that very young group of our upcoming ponies. With the remainder of that time is supporting our students pre-K through our 18 to 21 transition program. The district has contracted physical therapy services with Courage Kinney for many years, and they have been an excellent community partner with us. This partnership has several advantages. First, it allows the district to adjust the amount of time contracted for each year based on the student need for the upcoming school year. Second, we can adjust the amount of time required during the school year when needed. And lastly, Courage Kinney Rehabilitation Institute provides professional development and clinical supervision for the physical therapist staff. So administration recommends approval of this service agreement, and we will be asking for your approval. Just a couple items down in your agenda as an action item this evening. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions about this agreement.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions, comments, anyone? Okay, we'll see you in a few minutes. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is online learning.
Okay, thank you, Chair Petrie and Board Directors. I am going to let the slide come up, and we would like to invite Principal Anna Wilsick up to the table. She is our principal, Anderson Elementary. And with that, I will turn over the next couple of slides to Dr. Cherry and Principal Wilsick. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to just start with a little story on where we've been in terms of online learning. As you all know, in March of 2020 school year, we went to this huge shift where it was just like a week and we're done. We're shifting to online learning. And we did that. And it was a whirlwind and definitely not the way anybody wants to do things when you're talking about shifting an entire school system. We learned a lot though, and we came back in the 2021 school year. And we had a 100% online option for families, and we have an on the dial, meaning that students who were learning in person started out in hybrid. We were able to do some in-person, everybody in at the end of the year. We did some fully online for everybody. We were on that dial and we were shifting, and it was a lot. But for our families who were in the format of 100% online, we also learned a lot from them and what worked and what didn't work. We made it through the 2020-2021 school year. And towards the tail end of the school year in the spring, we reached out to families and we asked families, would you be interested in an online learning program after the pandemic? Because we all thought this was going to be over, right? This was going to be done. And we asked families in March of 2021 if they would like to continue in an online learning format in the 21-22 school year. And at that time, we did not have a whole lot of families that were interested in continuing online learning. People were excited to get back to school. We had a few, but we didn't have enough to make it feasible to have a comprehensive offering in our K-12 schools. And so we, at that time, we abandoned the idea of creating an online program for this year. Well, June rolled around, pandemic didn't go away. We started hearing more and more from families about what's your online option? What are you gonna do? What are the options for my child? We heard more and more from elementary families, and as we got into July, the volume of calls picked up. Our enrollment office became overwhelmed with the number of families who were asking about where's our online school. And then the Department of Education put a notice out to all schools. And that came to us the last week of July. And it encouraged all school districts to apply for a provisional application to have an online learning program for the 21 school year, just for first semester. That was on that last week in July. They were encouraging all school districts to apply that were not already approved online providers. We submitted our application, we heard from the families, and we then asked our families, would you be willing to commit to this for an entire semester? And we then heard from 144 of our students, their families, saying, yes, we will commit to an entire semester. Remember when that original MDE offering came out, it was for semester one only. On August 10th, another email came out to all the superintendents and said, we really want you to have an online option for this next school year. We want you to be prepared. We want you to provide options for families who do not feel comfortable, who are concerned about the health and safety of their children. We want to make sure that there is an online learning option for all students. And at that time, we found out that our provisional license, that was only for semester one, now is available to us if we so choose to offer online learning for our families this year. The program that we have been working on is really focused on our K-5 students. It is designed for students not yet eligible for vaccination. We know that we have students who would like this option, and we have enough students, and they're spaced out in such a fashion where it is very feasible for us to do this, maintaining school board approved class sizes where we would have one class per grade level. So we would have a K1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 class, all within the board approved ratios for staffing, teacher to staff ratios. With that, students would come to us from all across the district, and also our teachers who have had a variety of experiences in online learning last year have also come forward and said, sign me up, I'll do that. I want to be able to serve our kids in this way. And so with that, what I'm gonna do is just pass it over to Principal Wilczek, and she is our principal at Anderson Elementary, which is the school where if we had an online learning program, it would be a specialty school or a specialty program within the Anderson community. So if you wanna maybe just say a few words about lessons learned. What did we learn last year and where are we at now in terms of being able to pull this off in this crazy timeline that we're under?
Absolutely. Good evening, Board Chair Petrie, directors. Thank you for having me, Superintendent Lansfeld and Dr. Cherry. Just like everyone else, right, we were all hoping that we wouldn't even be talking about online school at this point. But with the conditions that have been changing, our goal, and I'm here on behalf of our principal team too, we just want to keep kids learning and we want to serve our families. And the numbers that came in when we sent out the survey told us we need to be nimble, we need to be ready to come up with a really good plan to support our students and their families. And the great news is that last year, the lessons that we learned, having amazing teachers who worked so hard throughout the entire year to figure out how to best serve kids online, we have a wealth of knowledge and resources that have already been pulled together, and so many success stories. So although when Dr. Cherry gave me a call in July and went, Anna, I'd like to talk with you about an option for our online school, I was a little bit taken aback, but then I was so excited because something that will be unique to the program that we can do this year is that with the kids coming from all of the elementary schools and likely our staff coming from all of the elementary schools too, as we do have some of our experienced online teachers who would like to be a part of this program. It's interesting how you build a community. And our teachers found that to be a challenge that they met with so much success just within their classrooms. There were mixed classrooms last year. We did have students that were coming from Afton Lakeland, joining students from Anderson, and then a teacher maybe that was coming from Lily Lake. Those teachers were masterful and they built strong relationships. But now we're talking about doing this with a first grade class where all of the kids will be represented from all of the schools. So one thing that was some really strong feedback from the online teachers I know that were a part of my building and the ones that I worked with last year, they really felt like that idea of having a home school for all of the online students would be a wonderful way to go. So Anderson is ready to welcome all of these online families to be a part of our school for the time while we are in distance learning, online learning. So what that would look like is that all of these classes will become a part of our Anderson community. It doesn't mean that they don't love their home schools and that they won't have those same connections and communication, but it just means they have a school home during this time. And so I would be a point person to connect with families who have questions, to support the teachers, because that was probably one of the first things that came to mind for me. My teachers last year really felt like that at times they were on an island. They were trying to figure out how to serve these kids and learn how to use technology they had never used before. But this provides us the opportunity to start together. And we're also talking about 32 sections that we tried to pull together last year, which was a daunting task in conditions that were just so challenging. We're looking at six teachers who many of them will have experience in our district. And it will be really exciting, I think, to bring all of that brain power together and find ways that we can make this a meaningful program for all of our students. So we want them to feel supported. We're ready to dig in and do the work. We're just starting some preliminary work right now, just beginning to think about everything from what would scheduling look like so that it's the best for kids, but also serves families. Because we do have families who experienced online learning last year who they want to do it again. It feels safe for them, or they just liked online learning. And so with that, we want to take the lessons that we learned from last year, apply that to our plan for this year, and serve our kids. Because no matter what, wherever they are, we want them to feel safe, we want them to feel cared for, connected, and we want to keep them learning. So from my vantage point, I'm ready to dive in and work with the amazing team of people that I have here to make that happen.
And so we've put a lot of effort into really looking at what would happen at the K-5 level if we were to have an online learning program, and we feel very confident that we're prepared and ready to serve these families. As we look at what about the rest of our kids? What about the grades 6 through 12? And what we found here is that we really just have a lot of complexities as it pertains to the schedules at the secondary level. We have a lot of electives. We have very comprehensive offerings in our secondary schools with students assigned to so many different teachers. At this time, we just do not have the capacity. We would not want to go back to our teachers and ask them to teach online students at the same time that they were teaching students in person. And so because of the sheer numbers, it just does not make sense for us at this time. We don't have the capacity to create an online school in grades 6 through 12. What we are doing is all of our principals are contacting each family who have expressed to us that they would like to discuss various options. in online learning formats. And we're partnering with other approved online providers to meet the needs of the students. That might mean that one student might need a couple of classes that are online, and we have that shared time enrollment policy that we work through, and just do our best to meet the needs of those students. We have worked with other online providers in the past to offer this up as a solution at the secondary level, and so we would continue with that. We, at this time, are focusing really our work on the elementary online learning program. And so I'm going to ask John Perry to come on up as well. And as he does that, if we could just move into the next slide. I know you're going to have questions from John about technology, and he'll be able to share some information about that. But before we get to that side of it, I also want to talk a little bit about how our administrative team looked at how we might fund something like this. The funding request at this time is for semester 1 only. What we are looking at is because of some of the shifts in enrollment, we were able to reduce 2 of our sections in a couple of classes, one at Stonebridge Elementary and one at Rutherford, in order to reallocate that staffing towards online learning. We also have COVID relief funds that are set aside. We have ESSER funds, ESSER 2 and CARES 3. And if you recall, Director Tyne had presented some information for the board earlier about our COVID relief funds. With ESSER 2, that is, I believe it's approximately $875,000, and the CARES 3 funding is $1.9 million. Those funds currently are on reserve for us. They must be spent by September 30th of 2023, and they are set aside for pandemic response. And so this is exactly the type of expenditure that these COVID funds are set aside for. At this time, we would, if we would want to use those funds, we would just need to commit those funds to this purpose. Is that right, Director Trine? Okay, thank you. And so because there are the 2 sections that would be reduced, we would have 4 additional FTE that we would need to hire for. The estimated cost for that for semester 1 would be $250,000. When you look at the cost and maybe what is the return on the investment for a $250,000 expense, is this is 144 students. Now, we don't know if we said there's not an online option. It's potentially possible that some of those students might want to come back into the classroom. It's also a potential that these families might say, then I will find an online option elsewhere. If all 144 students of these, 144 students would find an educational program elsewhere, that's equivalent to $1.4 million. So about $700,000 is the difference there. So if you want to think about that break-even analysis and think about the numbers, that's what we're talking about in terms of an investment and the trade-off of what we're talking about. We believe that keeping students in our district for the long term is absolutely essential. It is essential for the long-term financial health of our district. And bottom line is we want to work with our families and we want to meet our students' needs. And we believe by being able to offer an online learning option for families at this time, even if it is a short-term solution, we will be able to meet those families' needs and what they're asking of us right now. And with that, I'm just going to ask Director Perry here to give us some input about the technology behind this and what it would take. Are we prepared to do this?
So technologically speaking, this is a fairly simple program. Largely given what we did last year, We learned what kind of platform to put it on, what devices the kids need to use. The teachers, by and large, depending on who gets hired, have been trained in this sort of instructional model. So we would be seeking to emulate that. The primary consideration is that what we've learned is that about half of our kids don't have devices at home for homework in the way that online learning demands. Our demands during the pandemic went from 1,000 families needing devices to 2,000 to 3,000 to the final total was somewhere north of 4,000 families. And that process for families started out as, sure, we have a device. And then it was, well, I have multiple kids that need devices, and now my kid's on different devices than their classmates. And so that evolution that teachers and families went through really taught us that it's about half of our families that need support from us for this kind of online learning. As different from a typical school year where kids have some assignments and some of that might require a little bit of online. So this would be a continuation of what we've done in the past. We talk a little bit about, I think the question came up from Director Sherman about our preparedness for the pandemic. And I just want to separate the two to some extent because that gives me heart palpitations, the rise of the Delta variant and where the district would be at. We've talked a little bit about the fact that we've had to take out of service the devices that we used last year. They were, by and large, on their 5th and 6th year of service and no longer serviceable. So that we are no longer in that position, and we were able, with COVID relief dollars, to purchase replacement devices for that. Schools are back to that 2016 level. That can't support this. This can't support that. I mean, that pandemic response is a mountain. This is kind of like a rock. So I feel like technologically we have the pieces in place to lift this fairly quickly, and many of our families and teachers are prepared to do so.
And with that, I think you had asked for this to move to a report. As you can hear, our team here feels very strongly that this is an option that would serve our families well, and we're prepared to do it. And so we'll answer any questions that you may have for us.
I just want to make a quick comment again. This came out, this MDE option, with July 30th, and so this has been fast-paced. All of the districts, I just had a meeting with superintendents across the metro area this morning. All of the districts are scrambling, but they have been encouraged by MDE to provide this for our children. They ran a quick unofficial survey, and close to 70% of the districts in my meeting this morning were going to try to provide something for our elementary students, because we know that that's the age where they haven't had that option for vaccination. And over time, I truly think that this is a really strong investment in our district if we can do this right, learn from it, and possibly grow this in the future, because we know districts across the metro area from this pandemic are moving towards that option for kids.
Thank you. Director Riley.
Thank you. So from previous conversations that you and I have had, you know I'm a supporter of online learning and the technology piece. This is opposite of what we were initially going for, because we've had some struggles with the elementary age students and actually the need for them to be in the classroom and to have that physical interaction with their teachers. And initially when we talked about doing this, we were starting at the top end and going backwards, right? And then we were going to try to see how we could integrate it in lower later. Two things. Expense for more technology. I don't know that we've talked about that. And two, I understand they threw it on you last minute. I am concerned about the haphazardness of it all, curriculum-wise and everything being pulled together. So I want to talk about the guts. I want to know, the feel-good stuff, leave it away, and let's talk about really what the substance of the program is what I want to hear.
Okay, I can speak a little bit about the engagement at this age, and just anecdotally from teachers, the families that chose to do distance learning last year those students had a lot of support. That was a family choice, and they saw a lot of engagement. When it was forced on families, it was a little bit more difficult to bring in some of those students, but anecdotally, it was highly successful for the families that wanted it and wanted to support that for their child. A lot of families with this pandemic can now work from home, and that's a different situation than what we had even a year and a half ago. The curriculum, and Dr. Cherry can jump in at any time, but we would be using our regular curriculum and move along just as though they were an in-person student too. That doesn't change.
Yeah, I would just second that. Much like we did last year with our 100% online program, we would continue to follow our same curriculum, keep our same pacing guides, offer the same content that's in the classroom.
Do we have our scores back yet from MDE?
They're coming
Do we know
out
how
August
those went?
27th, I believe.
So I'm curious to know what the impact of online learning was for our young learners.
And then technology for that question, I believe we still have all of the devices out with the students, and we know that we'll have to meet some needs, but they're still out there with our kids.
It's a mix. So there were families that told us that they don't have access to devices over the summer. They may have been enrolled in summer school or had other programs that they were a part of. And so we gave family the option of keeping their device over the summer. For us, taking it back at the beginning of the summer or the end of the summer doesn't make a big difference other than the logistics. So we'll be requesting those back as school comes back into service. Those devices won't be serviceable. We have the devices that we purchased with COVID dollars to replace the devices that went out of service. We may be able to use those. My recommendation would be at, the number of 144 kids, just understanding that it's 80 of those kids that are gonna need support. And this is where I like to separate what do we need technology long-term versus what do we need to lift a program for half a semester. 80 Chromebooks for half a semester is something that we can handle. District-wide, needing to invest $800,000 a year just a completely different conversation.
Director Onken.
So right now we have 144 students enrolled, or at least according to the document anyway. How many can it support in total? Or is that the number?
There is a little bit of room. Not all of those are at the top of the range for staffing. And so, yeah, we're kind of getting close. Yeah, a little bit of room.
And with that, we know with this mask requirement, there might be some families that might be thinking about a different option too. Both ways. We did ask our elementary families to strongly commit for that first semester, and we think that we will not have a big loss or change of mind there, but we would like to be as flexible as possible with families and listen to families up until we'll have to set a cutoff date right before school starts to see if there might be a swap. If a family really would like to consider coming back because there's a mask mandate, or a family would like to consider going into online because we are requiring masks. We would like to try and make that work for families as much as possible within those parameters.
Okay.
Director Parvani.
Thank you, Chair Petrie. I have a couple of questions here. Amongst the 144 students, you had indicated, Jennifer, you indicated that they're from all over the district and outside of the district as well?
What did
Just
you
within
say?
the district?
They're not allowed to, MDE's provisional license does not allow us to enroll students outside of our district.
So out of the 144, where are those students from? Because it looks like you.
Every elementary school.
So how did you move, for Stonebridge and Rutherford, how did you reduce those class sizes? Why did you pick those two?
Because
So
enough.
did you move the students to, just some clarification?
Yeah, where the class size ratio is, we are still, every class, both proposed online and in our schools in person, are all within that school board approved class size ratio or range.
No, I
So-
understand that. But why Rutherford and Stonebridge? Because you
So
reduced the
what
class sizes.
happened is when we did our staffing in the spring and we began to set how many teachers we would need for each of the class levels or in each of the schools, We had some ins and outs in terms of enrollment throughout the summer, so there's some changes that happens. And so in those two classes, we were overstaffed. We had not enough students. We had, and so that's why we were able to reduce those two. Not necessarily because we had so many students from those schools that chose online. It was just the ins and the outs. Yeah.
So, John talked about the technology need for some of the students. I know one of my concern is the online is great, but my question is, are we ready? Director Riley just talked about a lot of the things that I'm concerned about as well. Are we really ready? I'm not saying the number you provided in terms of 80 of those students needing needing computers to continue to, continue in that program. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with that. But the question here is, like Director Riley said, do we have any, apart from the parents telling us, do we have any measurable outcome in terms of our successes with the online program? We all heard here, and it's still my concern. K-5 online last year wasn't perfect, and I think we all agree that it wasn't perfect. And I'm still concerned that that particular age group are the ones that truly need to be in the classroom. We just heard parents talk here about their kids wanting to associate, wanting to have that interaction, wanting to see faces, wanting to, so it was just said there by parents. So for me, I think I'm a bit concerned that we might still be providing some form of inefficient support to these kids. And I'm concerned about the achievement gap. We, again, heard parents complaining a lot about the achievement gap. We don't have anything to really measure or compare it to because we don't have any feedback. The only feedback that you probably provided is that from the parents. I am really concerned about, I'm not saying we shouldn't do it, but my question is, are we ready? And we may not be ready at this time for an online program. And that's basically my concern. We don't want to continue to provide kids with subpar opportunities. Do we truly know if the parents will be able to support their kids? We don't truly know that because we don't have anything. There's no tracking. There's no real data to support a lot of these things. So that's basically my concern. If we can prepare with the technology needs, proper strategy in terms of planning, and you just talked about, us trying to get things in place, and so we're still in the planning phase. I don't think personally that we should rush it. We need to do right by these kids. A lot of them could be distracted when they're in front of technology for that long. It's never been the best for how many hours a day you have little kids in front of technology for that long. There's all sorts of issues that might come with that. And last year, a lot of parents complained about their kids not really getting much out of the online program or the virtual or hybrid program that we had, not those in class, but those that were at home. So please look into it again. That's personally.
Yeah, what I would share, Doctor and Director, right, is that online learning is not for every child, and we are not promoting online learning as something we think that every child should be subjected to. However, we do know that some children did very well online, and typically it was the students whose families chose the online option. It was the ones who were able to support their children at home, that they had opted in to the 100% online learning option. And we did see a lot of successes with some of our children. I would say some of them did very, very well. And will the parents be able to support their kids? Well, these are the parents who made this knowing option. They're the ones who have told us, yes, I want this option. I know I can send my kids to school. I know that that's available, but for this point in time, these parents have told us this is what they want for their children. And we want to be able to work with families in order to do that. And it's not the majority. It's actually a very small minority. When we talk about 144 kids, that's a handful of kids from each one of our elementary schools in each grade.
It's true, but also the cost for that small minority is a lot. I mean, we have till 2023 for the ESSER 2 and the CARES 3, approximately close to about $2 million. And we want to spend all that within a short period of time. These are part of the things I'm talking about when we talk about planning, because we don't know where this COVID thing we don't know how this will impact us within the next couple of years. So if we spend all that money within the first couple of months or first couple of years, what happens to us when this COVID thing comes back, or it's mutated and it comes back again in 2022 or 2023, then we'll start looking for funds to be able to support our program. So really planning this is important, because we don't have much. 2.something million is not a lot of money, but we can't just spend that.
Just a reminder, this is an ask of $250,000 for teachers that fall within our class size ratios. The funds that we're talking about must be expended by September of 2023. So what we're talking about is using $250,000 for the first semester of this school year. And 1 year from now, we either use those funds or we lose them. So these are funds that are set aside for these purposes.
I look at this as a long-term investment too, because if we can keep even 25 students in our district from that 144 that might look at other options outside of our district, it pays for itself. And then if they left that funding year after year after year, especially when they're at the elementary, all the way through 12th grade, we've lost that funding and possible opportunities and support for more students. There have been other successful programs running successfully within the elementary schools. We have neighboring districts that are offering this and are advertising to our students too. So if we're not providing this option and they want it, they could easily go elsewhere. I feel like we have teachers that have experience with this program, that want to do this, that could support our kids, and other teachers in the program. I feel like they've had some very successful experiences last year, and again, these are the families that want this option now.
We sure, I'm sorry, can I? Is that
Go
okay?
ahead.
Okay, thank you. Are we sure that the expense is just $250,000? Because we're going to be talking about a lot of other things, interventions for some of these kids. Although the parents said they will support, but we know how this goes. There's some kids that we need beyond just, online learning from home. So the cost of $250,000 is just to hire teachers. But there are other costs that will come into play. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't spend the money. I'm just saying that we need to plan appropriately, because it's not just about $250,000, it's much more. And we want it to be of value to these kids. I don't see it as a retention issue, because if we have a good school, parents will stay. If we don't have a good school, parents will go. So that's how I see it. So we've lost kids. It wasn't because we had a bad school, but really the pandemic also provided parents an opportunity to go elsewhere. And so that's why we need to really plan this thing properly. If the kids are not going to get the intervention or the support they need, for some of those parents, they will leave, regardless of what you do. They might go look for it somewhere else. So for me, I think it's the planning. It's a great idea. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying we need to plan well so we do it right.
Director Sherman.
I think I remember just on top of that, it was 35,000 for Chromebooks, I think you said, for these.
That's
That's
correct.
probably it. So just so everyone remembers that is an additional cost here. Is this something that the people that have committed, the 144, and trust me, I mean, we're all concerned here about enrollment. I know that's on our goal. We just talked about that. So enrollment is something that we're concerned about. I think my fear is like when they signed up, the numbers or whatever the factors were recommending masks. So then we put the announcement out, and then now the numbers are kind of dictating where you have a recommendation that perhaps we're gonna look at mandating masks for this age. So will those 144 students want to leave and come back into our schools? And then if we allocate this funding, and then if the class sizes come, it almost becomes like almost more expensive because we're gonna have less kids, not full classes. And so I guess I just don't know, I mean, how are we gonna let people come in and out of the program? I mean, what is gonna happen if a kid comes up and says, a family, and says, I wanna come back into the regular classroom? You know, I just worry about the trickle effect that we have some classes that are near the top end of the range, where if we let someone come out, we could be causing a higher in our physical buildings because it goes over the range. And so I guess those are some of my concerns, where I know in general, planning and FTE balancing is just an art and a science all at the same time. But I do worry that if we're gonna let people have that choice and work with individual families, and if they wanna come in and they wanna come out, and if we allow that, it could have some effect on our physical buildings and class sizes, which is gonna be something I know we all are talking about class sizes as well.
And that's why we asked for a semester commitment. And a lot of the districts are asking for a one-year commitment. But we do want to try and work with families whenever we can. But just because it is difficult to throw students in and out of classrooms with classroom communities, teachers, we would ask for that semester commitment.
So just a second, I just want to follow up on that. So what about the second semester? I mean, is it possible that we might be asked to fund another $250,000 to complete the year for these families?
Our goal right now would be to focus on the semester, and we are hoping and very thoughtful about this with the vaccinations. We're thinking that they'll be out by midwinter too, and that's why MDE started with just that semester for our students.
But midwinter could be February, which means, you know, semester two.
And then we will be back here to discuss that. We are looking at hiring and setting up where it's just a semester only for teachers, where there's that flexibility. And I don't know if you want to explain that just a little bit more.
Yeah, so we actually are anticipating that the interest in online learning might decrease as we move into second semester. Because we did reduce those 2 sections and reallocate those staffing. We have those 2 teachers that would be available for the full year. The 4 FTE that we would be hiring, those are semester 1 only. What we would do is likely if the second semester, we continued to have interest in an online program, is that we would have to condense classrooms and multi-grade. When we were initially planning for this program, we were anticipating a multi-graded environment for students. We did do that last year in our Amigos Unidos program, so we did have some experience with that last year. We were, I think, a little bit surprised that there were so many students that were interested in this option. So many families that were interested in this option. But looking at projections for semester 2, we would anticipate that there would be less interest, and if we would plan to come back here and provide some updates along the way. We always do that enrollment report right after we have our October 1 numbers, and at that time we would also be coming back with enrollment numbers and projections for what would happen for semester 2.
Director Huckert.
Thank you. One of my questions was that question, so thank you for asking about semester 2. And just kind of in general, I am encouraged by what I'm hearing about the online program. My family did participate in full online last year, and I know that there was a lot of learning that happened over that year. So I do have a decent amount of faith that we'll be able to pull off a quick start of the online program. So I appreciate all the work that you guys have been doing on that. My question now is kind of looking at the funding that would be used, particularly if this does turn into a full year program, or at least the potential of it expanding into second semester. I'm curious what the funding, the ESSER funding and the CARES funding was planned to be used for, and what percentage of those funds will now be left to kind of address the rest of the district during the pandemic.
The funding was meant to be used for a rainy day during a pandemic, and it's raining right now. But John, I don't know if you want to talk about that we set this aside for a rainy day.
I always like to have things for a rainy day, that's for sure. Let me move up here and you'll be able to hear me and I'll be able to try to answer your questions. First of all, the CARES money, a small portion of it, of SR2, has been set aside for the summer program. There was $250,000 that was set aside by the governor to use for programming to help our reading program. And that was put in the, that was allocated. We haven't drawn that money down yet. There was another $100,000 that we added to that program to make sure that every kid that needed to be served would be served. So it's set aside, but it hasn't been drawn down. There's a process you have to go through. So that means there's about $775,000 in SR2 that's remaining. We do have some ideas on how to use it, but until we make the final draw, we're not tied to anything. It has to be approved by the Department of Education. In other words, they have to say that it meets the guidelines. Same thing is true with CARES 3, and that's $1,960,000. Same sort of process. We will submit a basic outline of a plan before September 30th. And the reason we do that is it puts us in the queue, okay? So that we have the money available and we know we're going to get it. Before we draw that down, it would need to be approved by the Department of Education too. And a couple of options would be, example would be community ed is going to be struggling a little bit. And I don't think that's a surprise for anybody. There might be some necessary recommendations that community ed receives some support. Sometimes some of our specialty programs like food service, they have received CARES in the fund back. So when that individual was talking about food, the food was for the kids. It was in food service. It wasn't for anybody else. And so it would be a process that we go through as a team and submit to you, and you'd have to approve it as part of the budget. So one of the things I guess I want to remind you that nobody's talked about, and that's the per student dollars that are the state has allocated. And they've allocated 2.45%, and that is not entered into the budget. That's about $1.5 million. And every one of those 144 kids receives that money. And how I like to look at it, it's kind of like those kids go to school with a little book back on their back. And I see it full of like $10,000, $12,000, okay? So every time one of those kids walks out the door, they walk away with that money. And we'd like to keep them here so we can do good things for them. And, you know, I respect all of the decisions that need to be made, but as a board and as administration, our responsibility is to every kid, not just certain families or certain kids, but everybody. And that's what makes it so tough, because you're trying to do the best you can for the most. And that's what you do. That's your job, I think.
Can I ask a quick follow-up?
Sure.
So explaining kind of that process of how MDA needs to, Department of Education. Department of Education is what you said. How they need to approve the funding being spent.
Yeah.
Do you anticipate that's going to be kind of a tricky thing to do, that they're going to be very strict on
Well, I think they'll be strict,
how we spend
but
that?
we're rule followers, you know. We were raised that way. So we follow the rules, and it'll be in there. A large amount of the money that we've spent so far has gone to support our technology program. Let's be honest about that. Some has gone to food service. 2 grants have gone to community ed to help hold them together, because they're really going to be suffering, you know. I think they're going to recover very nicely, but they're suffering right now. because, and this is really scary because they could get hit again. Hello? See your hand up. I don't think you're waving at me, but
Kind of.
kind of.
Can I go?
Director Riley?
So that was one of my questions. I am concerned that we have not had the approval yet, and that we are moving forward with this without getting the approval on that. So I want to hear a little bit more on what the allowances of MDE are on that. But I jumped to a huge conclusion after you and I talked earlier today when you said it was offered second semester, that that's what we were doing. And so it just clicked on me now that we're not offering the second semester, and I'm not sure.
We have a provisional license that's been extended through second semester.
So, but my point is, if we are not, how do parents plan for the year? I mean, me as a parent, I don't want to go through another uncertain process. I want it done. And so this to me is, I don't know. I guess I'm uncertain. I was uncertain when it initially came out as only a semester, and then when we talked and you said it was extended, and I thought, oh, good, we're doing a year. And now we're only doing a semester, and I guess I have concerns that a family wants stability, and they don't want to be jostled back and forth. So I don't know. It just kind of doesn't sit right.
We did have the registration open, and it was very clear that it was just semester one only, and we still had 144 commit to that semester.
Director Sherman?
Yeah, and I kind of thought the same thing. I mean, I'm almost looking at these costs and in my own mind doubling it. Because I feel like Director Riley, if a student, if a student wants to have, even when you say multi-aging in the second semester, it feels like you already know your teacher. And so then they could be losing some teachers. So I don't know, I guess in my own head, I'm thinking, how is this gonna be funded for 2 semesters potentially? And so then I kind of double that cost and then add the 35,000. And I get the enrollment, I mean, you're right. These kids could leave, but I'm just wondering, is there a way for us to, did we gather any information on their reasons for choosing this as an option? Or could we reach out to them to say, if we offered this for a second semester, would you commit? Or, I don't know, why are you choosing that? Just something as simple as, why did you choose this as an, I don't know, I just feel like I don't want fear to be driving all of our decisions. And sometimes I'm afraid, like, yeah, maybe all 144 could leave, but they could all stay. I mean, we don't know it, right? It's a calculated risk. And so I guess that's just, I'm thinking, I mean, I do understand that these kids are opting in, so it's something they want. And this is a time when we're losing enrollment. So it's something to really consider. I don't have an answer, but I guess I would love to see some sort of breakdown of ESSER 2 in the CARES, just to see how it's being tallied and what we're spending and how, like you just said, you gave me a really good idea, but I just want to know what you're thinking of spending it on. Maybe I'm assuming that, I know it's a rainy day fund, but I don't know. I mean, what could we spend it on? Do you have any ideas, and are we jeopardizing anything by allocating these funds in this way on these 144 students? I guess that's just, I don't know, maybe it's tea leaves, I don't know, but.
You do have a little bit of control, man, I'm sorry. You do have a little bit of control though, because remember when you put the budget together, we did not include new state revenue. We didn't include the ESSER monies, and that was intentional to kick that back to save it, okay? And that's kind of a, that's a little risky thing, but I know that it's allocated and, so I know it's there. The other thing is too, what was I going to say? I lost my thought there for a second, but I'll get back to you. I'm sorry. It was really good too.
John, I think you were going to talk about the calculated risk.
The calculated risk, yeah, the calculated risk. You have to weigh the good against the bad and the in and the out. And the thing that I equated it to when I was talking to Dr. Cherry about it, I said, it's kind of like when you own a business, a small business. And nobody likes to give things away. You don't want to have a big sale and say 50% off. but you don't want to lose the customer, if you get what I'm trying to say. So what you do is you say, I'll take a discount to keep that customer because I know they're going to come back to the store the next year and every year after that. And the same thing is true with these kids. We know that they're going to be, if they leave and they go someplace else, especially when you have a neighbor 622 that's offering a full online blow-in program, and they can, if they like it, they can drive that little bit of distance that they have too. I don't want to see them leave.
Director.
I can give you a printout too of everything that's spent in the fin codes so far that you can see. And I think I've going to submit that to a person who had a data request that I would make available for you. You can see exactly where every cent is spent. Okay.
Director Perpini.
Thank you, Chair Petrie. I agree with Director Sherman in terms of the reason behind the online learning. You said it was because they were afraid of COVID.
Well, that's one of the reasons. There's probably many reasons. My daughter was in online distance learning all year last year. She was a senior, not elementary, but a senior. That was the best experience she's ever had, and she would have chosen to continue to do that moving forward. It was, she made great growth, you know, and it fit her. It's not for everyone, but there are different needs. I've had some parents tell me they are working from home now. They like being around their children. They can support that online learning, and that's what they would prefer. There's many, many different reasons why.
So this is why it's important for us to get concrete information as to why, so we plan appropriately in terms of what those needs are. Parents might have sent emails here and there as to why, but I think it's important to kind of survey the community as a whole. So we have the data and we are making decisions based on an informed, process. That's number one. Number two, I'm going to ask an HR question here. Is it $250,000 salary?
And it might even be less, but it depends. That's the average teacher salary with insurance benefits and everything else.
Everything
It depends on how senior they are, how new they are, but that is the average.
Generally, it's about 100,000 per.
Okay. All right. So thank you for that. And another thing too is, I know we talk about the possibility of losses and the cost that will go with the students. I'm going to be really stupid now. If we talk about one of the reasons to try and have this program in terms of retention is not to lose money, it's similar to the 5G. You had people talk about 5G there. That's why I said I'm going to be really stupid. I'm talking about me now. Let's not use that as a reason to want to do the program. I'm really concerned that we have to associate that. I mean, it's important. I'm not saying it's not, but let it not be the driving force that we want to be able to do this program because we're going to get, money from the state. Let's do it because it's of quality and it's of value. And I think that narrative is more important than, the money that we'll be getting. I mean, it just feels like we're selling the kids.
That's why we wanted teachers with experience and with successful experience.
And I'm not saying it's bad.
Help out with this.
Yeah, I probably will support it, but I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying that we need to be ready. And if we can take out the talk about, we'll lose this amount if we don't keep the kids, I think, for me, I think I have an issue with that. Let the money not drive the reason behind why we want to have the program, but let the value of having the program be the reason why we want to have the program.
That's one of many reasons. The other reason, which we've mentioned, it's providing options for families during a pandemic. And they're looking, some families are looking for different options at this time.
So we'll just take this as a pilot, at least for now.
Okay, any other questions for now? We will be addressing this at a special meeting on Monday to make a decision. Okay, and before we move on to action items, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Thank you. we are moving on to the action items for tonight. The first one is clinical services agreement for physical therapy services. And Mr. Lee, we see you back again.
Thank you so much. Nice to be back. So I'm just presenting the clinical services agreement for physical therapy services for your consideration, and it's recommended that we approve that from the administration. So
Okay.
happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments? Nope, seeing none. Is there a motion to approve this? Director Sherman?
Yes.
Is there a second? Director Onken? It has been moved and seconded that we accept, we approve the clinical services agreement for physical therapy services. All those in favor, please raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Okay, next is policy approval, 705 investments. Dr. Cherry.
Thank you, Chair Petrie, Board Director, Superintendent Lansfeld. This evening, we are bringing forward Policy 705, our investments policy forward. This policy has come to the board at least 3 times. At this time, we feel that it is ready to be in its final form and are asking for approval of revised Policy 705 at this time.
Okay, thank you very much.
I was just going to motion
All
to
right,
say that we
okay.
accept.
A motion to accept approval of policy 705 by Director Onken. Is there a second?
Second.
Director Hockert seconds. Is there any, are there any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving policy 705 for investments, raise your hand and say aye.
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 Those opposed, nay. Great, passes unanimously. Thank you very much. The next item is combined polling locations. Because the referendum that we are proposing is being held during an off year, it is typical to be able to combine polling locations. During the presidential election last fall, all of the polling locations were open, but that it becomes very cost prohibitive for an off-year election. So I am going to read this resolution. This is a resolution establishing combined polling places for multiple precincts and designating hours during which the polling places will remain open for voting during school district elections not held on the day of a statewide election. Be it resolved by the School Board of Independent School District 834, State of Minnesota as follows. Pursuant to Minnesota Statutes, Section 205A.11, the precincts and polling places for school district elections are those precincts or parts of precincts located within the boundaries of the school district which have been established by the cities or towns located in whole or in part within the school district. The board hereby confirms those precincts and polling places so established by those municipalities. 2, pursuant to Minnesota Statute Section 205A.11, the board may establish a combined polling place for several precincts for school district elections not held on the day of a statewide election. Each combined polling place must be a polling place that has been designated by a county or a municipality. The following combined polling places are established to serve the precincts specified for all school district special and general elections not held on the same day as a statewide election. Just a note here that West Lakeland has changed the polling location from Oakland Middle School to West Lakeland Town Hall, and there is then a list of the polling locations. Pursuant to Minnesota Statute Section 205A.09, the polling place will remain open for voting for school district elections not held in the same day as a statewide election between the hours of 7 a.m. and 8 p.m. The clerk is directed to file a certified copy of this resolution with the county auditors for each of the counties in which the school district is located in whole or in part within 30 days after its adoption. As required by Minnesota statutes, section 204B.16, subdivision 1A, the clerk is hereby authorized and directed to give written notice of new polling place locations to each affected household with at least one registered voter in the school district whose school district polling place location has been changed. The notice must be a non-forwardable notice mailed at least 25 days before the date of the first election to which it will apply. A notice that is returned as undeliverable must be forwarded immediately to the appropriate county auditor, who shall change the registrant's status to challenged in the statewide registration system. I move that we adopt the foregoing resolution to approve the combined polling locations for 2021. Is there a second? Director Sherman? Okay, any discussion or comments on this? All right, this needs to be a recorded vote, so Joan, please, can you call a roll?
Director Hackert?
Yes.
Director Onken?
Yes.
Director Portbenny?
Yes.
Director Riley?
Yes.
Director Sherman?
Yes.
Chair Petrie?
Yes.
We have 604.
Thank you very much. Okay, this next one is a resolution establishing the procedure and schedule to fill one school board vacancy by appointment. Okay. This is the resolution establishing the procedure and schedule to fill one school board vacancy by appointment. Whereas Board Member Liz Weisberg resigned her office on the school board effective July 22nd, and whereas one vacancy exists on the school board due to the resignation of Liz Weisberg, and whereas the term of the vacant position expires on the first Monday in January 2023, and whereas Minnesota statute section 123B.09 subdivision 5B requires that the vacant school board position be filled by appointment by the school board, which appointment will continue until an individual is qualified under Minnesota statute section 205A.10 subdivision 3 as the successful candidate in a special election conducted for the purpose of electing an individual to serve the unexpired portion of the term of the current vacancy. Now therefore be it resolved by the School Board of Independent School District 834 as follows. The school board hereby declares that a vacancy exists in the office of school board member. The school board will therefore appoint an individual to serve on the school board until a successor is elected by special election to be held not later than the first Tuesday following the first Monday in November following the vacancy, unless otherwise dictated by statute. The school district will place a statement on the school district's website announcing that a vacancy exists on the school board and that individuals interested in being considered for appointment may submit an application, which will be available on the website on August 13th, 2021. The school board authorizes the school board secretary to accept applications from individuals interested in appointment to the vacant school board positions beginning on August 13th at noon and ending on August 18th at 3 p.m. A special school board meeting shall be held on August 19th to interview all eligible individuals who have submitted complete applications for the board position, and the board will identify the applicants to recommend for appointment at the school board's next regular meeting on August 26th. The appointment to the vacant position shall be made at the school board's regular meeting on August 26th by resolution adopted by a simple majority vote of a quorum of the school board and entered into the minutes. The appointment shall be effective on the 31st day following the school board's resolution making the appointment, absent receipt of a valid petition rejecting the appointee in compliance with the requirements under Minnesota statutes 123B.09, subdivision 5BB. I move that we adopt the resolution pertaining to the establishing the procedure and schedule to fill one school board vacancy by appointment. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Director Hockert? So just to clarify that this is, I realize that this is a very quick process that's going to be happening here because we're accepting applications beginning tomorrow and we will be interviewing applicants next Thursday. But we just don't have a lot of time and we would really like to get someone on the board, which realistically is probably not going to happen before the end of September. And then when we have that special election in November, that new person will take office after the election is certified. So this person who will fill the slot temporarily will probably only serve for, October, and maybe a meeting in September and a meeting in November. So we really want to get it going through as fast as we can. So that's sort of explaining the time frame. And the applications will be available on the website tomorrow. So if anyone is interested in applying, that is your opportunity. Any comments or questions? Director Hockert.
How long will the application be available for community members to apply for the vacancy?
Until the 18th.
Okay.
And then we will be doing our meeting on the 19th to interview those who apply. So again, not exactly ideal, but we just need to have a very quick process. Any other questions or comments? Okay, this is also a roll call vote, so Joan, please.
Director Hockert,
Yes.
Director Onken,
Yes.
Director Porbeni,
Yes.
Director Riley,
Yes.
Director Sherman,
Yes.
Chair Petrie.
Yes.
You have a 6-0 vote.
Thank you very much. Next item is resolution calling a special election, resolution calling a special election to fill a school board vacancy, and that's Superintendent Lansfeld.
Thank you, Chair Petrie and Board Directors. I'm going to, before I present the recommended resolution on the ballot language, I know we have presented our recommendation information at a previous work session, but our leadership team feels like it's,
Melinda, wait.
So this is the
Board vacancy,
board vacancy.
but I gave that one to you.
you
I
have
don't
that
know.
one,
Do
sorry.
you want to
That one
read
to
that, or
me.
do you want, I can give it to Melinda.
Okay, sorry. Okay, this is the resolution calling for the special election to fill the board vacancy. So now we talked first about the temporary appointment. Now we're talking about the vacancy that will be filled in November. So this is a resolution calling a special election to fill a school board vacancy. This is a very long resolution, and I am not, we will put it into the minutes, but I am not going to read it in its entirety because it's almost 9:30. But this is the resolution calling a special election to fill a school board vacancy. Whereas a vacancy has occurred in the office of a school board member with a term expiring January 2nd, 2023, be it resolved by the School Board of Independent School District 834 as follows. It is necessary for the school district to hold a special election to elect one individual pursuant to the August 3rd order of the Washington County District Court in court file number 82-CV-21-3092. The period of filing affidavits of candidacy for the special election to fill the board vacancy shall begin on August 11th, 2021, and shall close at 5 p.m. on August 25th, 2021. The clerk shall accept affidavits of candidacy for this office through 5 p.m. on August 25th, 2021. So I move that we adopt this resolution calling for a special election to fill the school board vacancy. Is there a second? Director Onken. So this one, just to clarify, that section in there with the district court, because again, there was a very short time frame, we didn't really have time as a board to establish the resolution ourselves. And so Superintendent Lansfeld had to go to district court to get a special approval because normally our time frame for the opening of the filing period would have occurred by now. And so we needed to get the district court to give us permission to adjust the dates of the filing period. So that is why that appears in there. So are there any questions or comments on this? No? Okay. Another resolution, another roll call vote by Joan.
Director Hockert,
Yes.
Director Onken,
Yes.
Director Porbeni,
Yes.
Director Riley,
Yes.
Director Sherman,
Yes.
Chair Petrie.
Yes.
You have a 6-0 vote.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we're moving on to our final action item of the night, resolution relating to increasing the general education revenue of the school district. Superintendent Lansfeld.
Thank you, Chair Petrie, Board Directors. Before I move over to the resolution, I would like to go through the levy ballot recommendation briefly, because I know we have presented this at a previous work session, but this is really important for our community to see and understand this information with the November 2nd vote coming up with our referendum. So with that, I will have Director Tyne start us off with a few of the financial informational slides, and then we'll go from there.
This is a repeat from the other night. First of all, the expiring levy generates about $12 million depending on enrollment. The state funding hasn't kept pace with inflation, and there's about a $500 gap between the inflation factor and the amount that we receive. We've cut our budget a number of times since 2013 for a total amount of $7 million. And the biggest concern that I think all of us have is really the 3% reduction in the student enrollment due to COVID, but is directly related to the financial picture. So COVID's impact on enrollment in the future is unknown. We think we're going to get a number of those kids back, and we are hopeful of it, but it really does put us in a difficult position. And there's the slide that shows the gap of $500 per student, and that's over $4.5 million that the district has not been able to collect, but has had inflation pressures concerning. And where does our money come from? About 10.5% of what we receive comes from the levy right now, and if that expires, that would go away. And I just want to remind the board that reductions are not basically across the board reductions, because it's not as simple as that, a lot of the expenditures have tails on them. So when you make reductions, it affects another program. It also affects what's happening. So it's never a clean surgical removal of reducing the budget. And it shows that our tax burden for Stillwater families on a $350,000 home is lower than any of our surrounding districts, and the names are listed. The highest is a neighbor that's fairly close to us, and it basically illustrates that we are trying to be good stewards of the district's funds, and we're trying to be conservative with the dollars that you provide.
Okay, our upcoming referendum is to maintain our quality learning within our district. We will have a 2-ballot question. Question 1 is the replacement levy. Question 2 is a capital projects tech levy. Our request is based on our current levy will be expiring. We have more needs with our students. We have years of inadequate state funding that has not kept up with inflation. We have been analyzing our district finances, and we want to maintain a stable and balanced budget. And then we've been listening to our community and stakeholders. Other external factors to consider, some unknowns that are not within our control, COVID-19 and our current pandemic. Federal COVID-19 relief funds or CARES, ESSER, that is one-time only money. A lot of our community might think that it's ongoing. It's not. It's just one time. Minnesota's legislative session, they just approved a 2.45 and a 2% increase. That is historical within the last 15 years. Those are the largest increases that we've seen, but they still do not keep up with all of the state funding gaps over the previous years. We have an unsure economy and consumer confidence, inflation, and the consumer price index. District enrollment, we've seen enrollment changes or loss within our district, our state, and our nation right now due to this pandemic. Transportation costs, we know there's a shortage of of drivers and an increased cost with that. And that's a big unknown, as well as other unknown factors. Question 1 and question 2 are focused on student academic achievement, intervention, social emotional learning. We want to invest in what we want to maintain to support our students. We're balancing our needs of our students with our community. We are, it's a conservative ask for what we need, and we want to be respectful of our community. We do this in partnership. And again, we have to do this for our kids and what they need. Next slide, I'll turn over to Dr. Cherry.
I will talk a little bit about question number 1. This is an ask to maintain quality learning in our schools. As a replacement levy, what we're looking at is renewing the expiring levy and then adding just a bit to help us stabilize our district's budget. As you heard, that's been pretty unstable over time. We know that we need to address that state funding gap. We know that we've had some enrollment changes and there's some uncertainty about what that will look like in the future. But we also know that we have rising costs. There's inflationary costs that we need to address. And so as we're looking at our replacement levy, our focus is on retaining our teachers and our support staff and maintaining those existing programs and services that our community has grown to love. We need to focus on continuing to support the academic achievement for all of our students. With this replacement levy, because there are so many unknown factors, we don't know what's going to happen with state budgets. We're not really sure what will happen in the future with an enrollment. We can't promise that we would not have any future budget cuts, but we believe with this ask, because we have focused very closely on maintaining the current programming and focus first on stabilizing our district's budget, that we would be able to minimize any future potential budget cuts. So if it's question number 1, if we were able to, if our voters are approved, question number 1, this would, again, it would help us maintain our class sizes, maintaining our current student programs. We have a wonderful array of services and activities, athletics and art programs. We're known for our music program here in Stillwater. We have excellent opportunities for our students, and we would be able to maintain those existing excellent programs. We also would be able to help cover ongoing inflationary costs. And so what happens if a question number 1 is not approved by our voters? In our first year, when the 2022-2023 school year, based on enrollment, that's equivalent to about a $12 million deficit. And that would be more in future years. This levy ask is dependent upon enrollment, and so that amount could fluctuate each year. What we would see with a $12 million deficit is significantly higher class sizes. And when we say significantly, we mean significant. It could be 10 or more additional students in each classroom. So that is a lot of bodies crammed into one class. That would also be a reduction of more than 100 full-time teachers and various support staff. So it's not just the teachers, but also all of the support staff that surround making our schools great for kids. That is the administrative support, that's transportation, child nutrition, our paraeducators, administrators. That would be a huge reduction in the amount of staff that we have to support our kids. We definitely would have a loss of academic and social emotional interventions, and a loss of electives. As I stated previously, we are very fortunate here in Stillwater to offer an array of elective classes for our students. We would no longer be able to offer those for our students. We offer specialized programming here, such as our Gifted and Talented Education program, our Amigos Unidos, a dual language immersion program, and a whole array of different arts and athletic opportunities that we simply would not have the funding to be able to carry out.
So for the technology levy, question number 2, the basic what that we're talking about is the essentials of technology needs in classrooms for a contemporary education. And I want to be clear about that. This isn't technology levy so we can start the Stillwater rocketry program. This is what do we need in a classroom in 2021 to provide an adequate education to students. And so when you go to classrooms and you talk to teachers and you talk to students and you evaluate those needs, some real basic things come forward. Students and teachers need devices. A lot of learning happens online. It happens through online platforms. There's components that are online. That doesn't mean that students do all their reading and all their lessons online, but there are pieces connected to the internet. There are pieces connected to collaboration, how kids work on projects together, whether that's through writing or research or otherwise. The creation of media projects, video, et cetera. So that device for every teacher and student is really core. We have a need to upgrade our classrooms. Our classrooms across the district are very dated when it comes to technology. If you go into any new classrooms or even remodeled classrooms, which many schools have done through bond measures, what you'll find is that there's an interactive learning board at the front of the classroom and there's audio reinforcement. So again, I'm just talking about the basics. There's a screen and there's sound. But what that looks like in 2021 is not what that looks like in many of our classrooms across the district. The average age of a projector in our district at this point is 8 to 10 years. You'll find classrooms with the lights off so the kids can see. I mean, that's the difference is striking, but the technology we're talking about is really essential. In order to increase this level of technology in our district, it's gonna take more staff to support. So there's a support staff component. And then we have a need for more security, and it's not just the network security as it's listed, it's, how are we protecting student data? How are we protecting against cryptowares and phishing exploits? And schools, public organizations, and governments are under attack constantly by hackers. We read this in the news every day. And the reason they're going after government agencies is because we don't spend the money that we need to spend on security, and so that makes us more vulnerable targets. This is changing in our space, and in some ways, this is the kind of money we're gonna spend one way or another, because the insurance companies are starting to wise up, and they're coming out and saying, we're not gonna insure you unless you, and each year they're adding requirements, and we're gonna cover those requirements because we can't operate without cyber insurance. So that's the what. I really wanna deliver the point that those are the essentials. And so then the question comes, what happens when this is approved, right? What do we get for our approval? And I'm gonna go back to the term you've heard me say many, many times. It's regular, reliable access. Regular access means that I have consistent access to the device or to the learning resource. Reliable access means when I take that device home, when I take it out in the classroom, it's gonna work. And so it's very basic, but what we know about education and the complexities of what teachers deal with in the day is that if we resource them with technology that's not regular and reliable, it goes on a shelf or it goes in a closet. I've got 43 minutes with kids, I have 11 minutes for this lesson, I don't have time for things that I don't have regular access to and aren't reliable when I get it. So the next piece on that is the staff support, so we call it fully supported. We make sure that those devices and those technologies that we put in, we're capable of fully supporting. Because when you install something that you can't fully support, you lose regular, reliable access to it and it goes into the closet. So there's that piece with the fully supported. What does it open up? It opens up the anytime, anywhere learning. So this is, if I'm homesick, I can access the learning that happened in my Schoology platform or my Seesaw platform. If we're on vacation in Florida, we can access our learning while we're gone. We're not waiting till we come back to get a homework packet. If a teacher's out, they can submit their work. If I forget my homework, I can go download it, or maybe just complete it online. The idea isn't to replace traditional learning methods with the technology, but to supplement it with something that's very helpful for the organization and the connection to those learning resources, so that our students aren't ever disconnected from their classmates, from their peers, from their teachers, from their classroom. They're always connected to that learning. And then of course, we already addressed the security piece I'm not gonna go into again. So what happens if this doesn't get approved? I think we know the story that we've been through in Stillwater with technology. There's certain things that we're gonna do. There's mandatory minimums. We have state assessments in the spring that we have to offer. They're computer-based assessments. So, we always strive to maintain a minimum of just enough Chromebooks so you can test one grade level at a time. That's barely enough devices to get through testing during the 3 to 4 week testing window that the state provides us. And that's not ideal, because when you're working especially at the secondary level, you're not dealing with grade levels. Students are in different math classes, they're in different electives, and so you're providing a high level of disruption across the campus, but we'll meet our state minimum testing requirements, right? And that's how we run technology in Stillwater. How can we balance this just so that we meet our minimum requirement? And so there are many classes that go without the access they want. But what winds up happening is that PTAs supplement the access. Sometimes building funds supplement the access. And so we get disparate access levels across our district. Some sites have better access than others. Some classrooms have better access than others. And then you run into what we just ran into, which was the devices we were purchasing dropping off of Acer support and Google support, and consequently ISD 834 support. And so classes that had come to depend on technologies, we have science classes at our high school that use technology on a daily basis as a part of their lab groups. There's parts of the experiments are on the computer, parts of the learning are online, students are doing their labs on a computer. Those devices are gone. So now they've become used to using a technology that they're gonna come into this fall, and they're gonna have to, backdate and reinvent that portion of their classroom. And so we wind up funding technology in fits and spurts. And it makes it difficult for us to grow as a district in our classrooms with our practices to be commensurate with what a contemporary education looks like. That's difficult when we're trying to do newer and better things. So we won't ever get to the level of our peers in education until we establish a technology fund that guarantees what that reliability is. And I know Mr. Tyne's spoken to this a number of times, but the technology levy itself isn't based on enrollment. So it provides a stable level of funding that we can invest in these systems so people know what they're gonna have from year to year, and that's how we would move forward with that. So that's the technology levy, and I believe I'm turning it over to Dr. Cherry.
So looking at this as a package, question one is really looking at a replacement and a renewal. Question two is dedicated funds for technology needs. Together, this is a package of, this is how we need to reinvest in our kids. Our priority is to use our funds to improve academic achievement. So if there were additional funds that were left over after we think through the unknowns and what's coming our way in terms of that budget deficit based on the state, the unknowns in terms of enrollment, the revenues that are coming in, and then the technology investments. Any additional funds that might be available, first thing, it's just back to keep those class sizes from growing and then support those quality learning environments for our students. As you know, we are focused to making some improvements. We know we need to make some significant growth in terms of literacy for our students. The past number of years, our professional development and curriculum budgets have been reduced, which have impacted the way that our teachers can learn and grow and best meet the needs of our students. We know that we have a lot of curriculum work that has to happen on an annual basis to keep pace with standards that are changing. For example, right now we're looking at science standards that are updated, and we have to go through that curriculum review cycle and make sure that we are meeting the standards in each one of our courses, and that our materials are up to date, the curriculum and the resources we're using with our students. So focusing on supporting that quality learning for our students takes additional curriculum dollars and takes additional professional development funds. We need to provide more academic support for our kids that need extra help. As it actually was talked about again here tonight on a different issue, we know that we need additional help in intervention services in grades 1 and 2. when we identify students who qualify for additional reading support, we don't always have all of the staff that we need to meet our students' needs. And so to be able to support that the academic needs and intervention is just essential. And then I don't want to forget the emotional and mental health support for our kids is just critical. And even before the pandemic, we were seeing increasing needs in these areas. Our kids are coming to us with different needs now than they had 10 years ago. So we need to continue to provide those emotional mental health support for our students so that they can engage fully in their learning and provide wonderful learning experiences for our students.
Okay. We are asking an additional $390 per pupil. Question 1 is a renewal and an increase of approximately 2.7 million more, which will cover inflation. Question 2 is new funding for a capital projects levy, which we have not had before in our district. It will provide 4.7 million per year. It is not based on enrollment, like question 1, and has less impact on our taxpayers and will provide kids the tools they need to learn. Both questions will have an impact of about $11 per month. Okay, so the election is November 2nd, 2021. We are asking for 2 ballots on the question, or the 2 ballot questions. Question 1 will be a replacement levy to maintain what we have. Question 2 is a technology levy to provide kids with the tools that they need to learn. And again, on an average home of $350,000. If voters approve both the questions, it equals less than $11 per month. And we do not take this decision lightly. This is a conservative ask, and we know there's a pandemic and a lot of other factors to take into consideration. We understand the impact this operating levy request will have on our community and those within our district. We cannot be the district we are today, nor grow without addressing our ongoing budget needs. Schools are a partnership with the community. The request for a voter-approved operating levy and capital projects tech levy will allow our district to maintain our incredible programs and educational experiences, and will allow students and teachers access to technology that, in my opinion, opens up the world of learning. Okay, and I don't know if you'll have questions because we did take a lot of questions at the work session. So if you're okay.
Yes, why don't you read the resolution?
Okay, we are asking the school board to take consideration and adoption of the following resolution relating to increasing the general education revenue of the school district, approving a new referendum revenue authorization, approving a new capital project levy to fund technology, and calling an election thereon. The board hereby determines and declares that it is necessary and expedient for the school district to increase its general education revenue by $1,697.55 per adjusted pupil unit. As provided by law, the ballot question must abbreviate the term per adjusted pupil unit as per pupil. A portion of this proposed new authority would replace the existing referendum revenue authorization of $1,307.55 per pupil, which is scheduled to expire after taxes payable in 2021. The additional revenue will be used to finance school operations. And the question on the approval of this referendum revenue authorization shall be school district question 1 on the school district ballot at the special election held to approve said authorization. The board hereby determines and declares that it is also necessary and expedient for the school district to submit a capital project levy authorization for technology to the voters for their approval. The capital project levy authorization will be in the amount of 3.83% times the net tax capacity of the school district. The proposed capital project levy will raise approximately $4.7 million for taxes payable in 2022. The first year it is to be levied and would be authorized for 10 years. The estimated total cost of the projects to be funded by the approved capital project levy authorization during that time period is approximately $47 million. The additional revenue from the proposed capital project levy authorization will provide funds for the acquisition, installation, replacement, support, and maintenance of software, software licenses, computers, improved technology equipment, networks, infrastructure, and the cost of technology-related personnel and training. The question on the approval of the capital project levy authorization for technology shall be School District Question 2 on the school district ballot at the special election held to approve said authorization. The passage of School District Question 2 shall be contingent upon approval by the voters of School District Question 1. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I move that we adopt the resolution relating to increasing the general education revenue of the school district, approving a new referendum revenue authorization, approving a new capital project levy to fund technology, and calling an election thereon. Is there a second? Director Sherman. Okay, questions and comments? Director Riley.
I have a statement I'd like to read before we vote. So today we are being asked to support a levy renewal with an increased ask of $2.75 million and to support a $4.7 million tech levy. This is an increase of $7.5 million additional dollars above the current levy, equaling roughly $19.5 million each year. I have many reasons why I will vote the way I vote. I have a legislative duty to ensure students receive a fulfilling academic experience that this community pays for. I won't settle for anything less than excellence as our goal. Mediocrity is not good enough, and declining achievement is unacceptable. In my opinion, withholding academic proficiency, especially literacy, from students is the most inequitable action pertaining to educational public service. Our students deserve academic justice. I have always made my expectations as a board member very clear. This levy renewal is a performance review, and before I can agree to move forward, I need to see actions in place for improvement. They are consistently missing from this conversation. I will not stray from the core principles that I campaigned on. I ran for office to help rebuild trust and to help ensure students were the #1 priority again. The last board established policies to instill a renewed faith and transparency in district leadership. Current leadership and the teachers' union resisted every step of the way. Once the teachers' union handpicked board was seated, they systematically eliminated critical opportunities for trust, accountability, and transparency in their business dealings. District leadership has done the same, squandering opportunities to regain that trust within the community and the prioritization of academic success, much less proficiency for our youngest learners. While deliberating my vote for this evening, these were my concerns. The new teachers union endorsed board majority stopped collaborating once they were seated. They refused to offer the opportunity of magnet programming for the community to even consider a possible way to meet community needs, increase enrollment, and secure the district's financial future. The new teachers union majority endorsed board gave affordable raises to staff of 4.2%, a $9.8 million package increase during the COVID pandemic, the largest factor to the unbalanced budget. The teachers union majority endorsed board is moving forward with selling Withrow Elementary and not utilizing Oak Park for elementary students, manufacturing a crisis for space needs. Administration is completing proposed CDT bond work through the non-voter approved long-term facilities maintenance levy, bypassing the community completely, but manipulating their tax dollars to fund the projects. The teachers union majority endorsed school board approved a $6.9 million non-voter approved lease levy for building onto Brookview again, bypassing the community. The teachers union majority endorsed school board approved another non-voter approved levy of $825,000 for QComp, for which taxpayers have no representation in how that is spent. It is decided by the teachers union and administration, again, bypassing the community. The teachers union majority endorsed school board removed the newly adopted policy 721, 8.1, consequently, there is no longer transparency to the community regarding contracts made below $50,000, and the check register is still not available to the public. In fact, per Minnesota Data Practice Act, they were considering raising the transparency threshold to $100,000. The Teachers Union majority-endorsed school board is contributing to the academic decline in the district by approving academic plans of low expectations. The achievement gap is widening while the district helps themselves to another non-voter-approved achievement and integration levy from the taxpayer, again, bypassing the community. Administration neglected to implement the Letters PD directed by the school board in 2020, meant to improve literacy for students. The Teachers Union majority-endorsed school board chair has unilaterally removed board voice during board meetings. Administrative spending has continued to increase by millions over the last year while losing $3 million in student revenue, and it's not slowing down. Curriculum is being offered to students without the required statutory board approval. When I've inquired about books through the disbursement record, I've been shouted down and threatened. Simply asking for the current process triggered one board member to call me the boogeyman, amongst other character attacks in an email response. The Teachers Union School Board majority has tried to control information access with select board members and community members and will not allow conversations or communications without the board chair as an observer. Questions pertaining to the published school board meeting agendas are also not allowed at board meetings unless they are pre-screened by administration and the Teachers Union endorsed board chair. Per Minnesota Data Practice Act, administrators have also received prepping from the Teachers Union board majority members regarding agenda items and where they're instructed to align, also classifying community members as ranks instead of simply being transparent and rebuilding community partnerships and trust. Should the Teachers Union or their proxies really have that much control? What I've learned is that moving forward, I will ask administration to provide all curriculum materials or documentation prior to any vote. I no longer trust the words that are spoken without supporting documentation. I've learned this lesson and regret that I was easily duped because I trusted leadership. This goes for any vote moving forward. I don't feel confident that I can promote nor guarantee where and how these levy dollars will be spent because as a board member, I'm even kept in the dark. In principle, I cannot have my name attached to another community betrayal. It would be hypocritical of me to encourage the taxpayers to trust the current leadership when I myself don't know if I can trust them. This was a deeply disappointing and unfortunate lesson I've learned through the last nearly 8 months of deception, omissions, threats, bullying, silencing, and gaslighting. It is necessary to reprioritize current spending and laser focus on what the district's constitutional and statutory obligations are: reading, math, and science. I support the students, and for that reason, I will vote no.
Any other comments or questions? Director Hockert.
I guess I would like to say this has been a long, drawn-out process. And coming on as a new board member, it's been quite an education in getting to know our district and what we do for our students. And it has been a journey and a debate and a discussion of kind of what we need and what we can offer. And at the end of this very long process, I find myself very comfortable with where we have landed. I very much appreciate all the efforts that the staff has gone through in answering our questions and pulling together extra work sessions and making sure that my questions have been answered, that other board members' questions have been answered. So I very much appreciate all of your efforts. The final levy ask, I think, is conservative for the first question. I believe that it is pretty much just what we need to keep ourselves going, and that is respectful of the current climate, coming out of the pandemic and where we are in the community. It is a slight increase over a straight renewal, which I am comfortable asking because everything costs more. And you've demonstrated how many times our budgets have been cut and the gaps in funding that we have had to absorb. So I think it is a modest increase, and I hope that the community will support that increase so that we can continue the programs that we've worked so hard to establish. And then the tech levy on top, I think we have ample evidence that this is a necessary ask at this time so that we can really move our district full force into 21st century learning and make it sustainable so that our children can be in a competitive environment so that we can maintain the enrollment and be attractive to students in the area as a competitive district. So for these reasons, I am feeling very comfortable in voting for this levy.
Director Onken.
As it is 10 o'clock, can we call the question?
Okay, as this is a resolution, we need to take a roll call vote. Joan?
Director Hockert,
Yes.
Director Onken,
Yes.
Director Porbeni,
Yes.
Director Riley,
No.
Director Sherman,
Yes.
Chair Petrie.
Yes.
You have a 5-1 vote.
Thank
Motion
you.
passes.
Next item on the agenda is the board chair
I'm
report.
sorry, that was 5-1 vote.
I'm sorry.
That was a 5-1 vote, sorry.
5-1 vote. Okay, thank you. And thank you to everyone. Thank you to the administration for putting together this presentation for us tonight and for, as Director Hockert said, all of the time and effort and work that's gone into this, over the last few months. I was proud to cast a yes vote on this, and I look forward to talking with our community about what this is going to do for the students in our community. We were the very first school district in the state, and I think that we have a lot to be proud of here, and I'm looking forward to having those conversations. Next is board chair report. I have nothing, and so this meeting is adjourned.